Hello, everyone. This is Lazy Larry. And for those that you might be watching this in replay, well, thank you for coming to the channel. And I'd like to tell Michelle, hello. Glad to see you're here. The channel. And I'd like to tell Michelle, hello. So we want you to know that we invite people to come up and join us in the studio and come up and be on the panel if you like, or you can just sit back and listen, which is fine as well. I There's the way to get up to my get up here and get on the live stream. Hey Jerry, how you doing, man? I hope everybody can hear me. I do have the mic on. Yeah, I do. I just want to make sure. And it was a bitter cold day today. Hey, Simply Nanette, and we just want to let everybody know that yeah, it was bitter cold today. It got down to 10 below Fahrenheit, which is about 25, 26 below Celsius. That's why I'm wearing this here. It's it was extremely cold today. When I went to work, even at work, it was cold because they don't keep it very warm. It's a warehouse. So I wore my work shirt over this underneath it. It's the first time I've worn a sweater to work, probably since I've been down here. I've been down here uh, for over 2 years. Well, 2 years now, a little over. I wonder why that light keeps going out. I wish it'd stay on. But if you can see the red dots on my forehead, let me show you. In case you're wondering, I don't know if you can see them or not. You know, all these red little spots on my forehead. That's precancerous places that I put a topical cream on to treat it. It kills the bad cells and the good skin cells it doesn't do anything to. So all those little red dots, if you can see them, including here, they're all precancer spots. That's one of the reasons why I try to stay out of the sun as much as I can. That's another reason I wear that big old black cowboy hat that you see in my icon. It's to keep the sun off my face as much as possible. I didn't do that before when I was younger. I drove convertibles. I rode my motorcycle. I used to have a 750. I never wore a helmet. And so my face and my hands were exposed to the sun a lot. And I'm paying for it now that I'm older. And so, anyway, just remember to be polite to each other. All right. And we're just going to show everybody's things here. Yeah, I'm going to tell you the truth. It's still cold outside. I mean, this would be a cold day, except for when I went into work this morning. Like I said, it was down 10 below. Actually, it got colder as I went farther north, but here where I live, it was 10 below. And when I got home today, it's 10 above. That's 20 degrees difference. It's been warming up. Tomorrow's supposed to get up to about 40. And yeah, you're lucky, Jerry. I'll trade you temperatures. Like I said, we're supposed to be up around 40 tomorrow. I think the rest of the week. Hey, Dan, how you doing, boss? If you want, come on up, Dan. Jerry, Simple Nanette. Michelle, anybody that wants to come up, come on up. I'm going to take the comments off. And we'll do this one, and then we're going to take it off. And whoops, not that. That's not what I wanted. We'll learn how to do it. You can hear me. Sorry, people, I hit the wrong button. So at least I didn't hit end broadcast. I was trying to. I can't figure out how to hide the comments, so I got them frozen on that. So we'll just leave that. We got the. Well, Jerry, I hope you're enjoying the race. He says he's watching another race, a 12-hour race. We know he likes races. And so anyway, like Dan, I was saying earlier, I don't know if you heard me. Today was 10 below Fahrenheit, and it was like 25 to 26 below Celsius. And I mean, my room was cold as all get out. Hey, Dan.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Now, glad to see you're back from your trip. Are you at home now? Or are you still on vacation?
No, we're not. We're at home. We're not on the road. We ended up coming straight through from Manila to Cebu, and then we grabbed the fast ferry. You know, that happened that way because I made a mistake on the flight. You know, I thought I was leaving in the afternoon, and we ended up leaving in the wee hours of the morning. Once I got the email to check in. I looked at the time and I go, "What the heck? We're leaving in a few hours." Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I thought you were going to stay in Cebu for a little bit.
We were. Yeah, we were. It didn't work out.
Well,
yeah, another $30 of hotel room down the drain.
Well, you know, it happens.
Mm-hmm.
I was putting together my TV desk, you know, or stand, whatever you want to call it. And I was following the directions. That was a mistake. Well, the directions, I think if I'd had somebody helping me, not doing it on my own, might have worked out. It might have. But I'm looking at the directions going, man, I ought to put the legs on first. But it says to put this center brace in first. So I did that. And then you're supposed to balance the rest of the desk on that center brace and put the legs on. No, you're not doing it that way because you can't. You know, you got to line it up, and if I hadn't put the brace on, but I broke the table. I broke it. I ended up just throwing it away. I had it long enough that I couldn't send it back or complain.
Oh man, that's too bad. What are you gonna do though? Like you said.
Well, I got the TV put up anyway. I got a 50-inch Vizio smart TV. And I also had bought another stand that you sit on top of the desk to raise the TV up. You know, so it's higher. I thought about getting a wall mount, and I thought, no, I don't want to do that. I'd have to pay somebody to do that.
Hey, them smart TVs are cool, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I just got it up and everything's set up Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And well, actually, I didn't get the TV done until Thursday, but I got.
We had an Android TV in one of the hotel rooms. I thought that thing was beautiful. I want one of them.
Oh well, like I said, this one here, it's a Vizio.
Yeah,
it's a smart TV, and it's got the apps on there. So if you go in, you click on the app for YouTube, type in your information, and you can watch YouTube on your TV.
Yeah, that's what one of the hotels. It's a beautiful thing. Doesn't cost them that much money to run it because they just have to have Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Well, I got my I got Paramount Plus, which is CBS. I got that logged in already. I got a few more. I still haven't got all my apps logged in.
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to tell you the truth. Unless I'm watching a movie on YouTube, I'm not going to do much on the TV with YouTube. It's too much using that little remote control to do everything. If I want to watch like one of your vlogs or your videos, after I get done, then I got to punch a couple things to get in there to give you a thumbs up, punch another, and then I got to peck on the key that's got up on the TV screen. There's a keyboard, but you can only do, you got to peck with one finger, move the thing, move it. It's so much easier to type on a keyboard, especially, even if you're pecking, it's a lot easier to type on a keyboard than it is on one of those little remote things that's smaller than this. And you got to go, move over here to this letter, boom, then move back over here, go down here. All right. Hit capitalize, go back over, hit this letter, go back and hit uncap, where I can just do all that with just my fingers. And see, I cheated.
Hey, I think you could, if I'm not mistaken, you can hook your phone up to that TV.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I can watch because I got Spectrum and I already have mobile TV, so I can watch TV on my phone already. I could do that before I even got the TV set up. But like I said, with the keyboard, I cheat because when I was in high school, I took typing. It gave me a minor in business, and it was a great class to take. Hey, Eddie, come on up if you want, buddy. It was a great class to take because there was like 32 students, all right? 4 guys and 28 girls. It was a great class. But, so I learned to type in high school. I was never super fast. I mean, we had one of the guys, he was real good. He could type like 70 words a minute. Best I think I ever did was 40,
I don't think I ever got past 25 words per minute.
I got up to over 40, like 44 or so, and I could do all the, but I don't do it enough now, so it's probably slower down to about 20 maybe a minute or so.
Mm.
But that's because, I didn't type for a long time because I didn't need to for my job and stuff. And so I didn't have a computer, so I wasn't playing on the computer. I didn't have a typewriter, so I didn't do that stuff. And so I'm glad to see you guys made it home safely, though. How's Miss Minnie doing?
Yeah. Oh, she's doing fine. She was behind me a second ago. She's unpacking and putting everything away. Yeah, she's doing fine. It's amazing. Once you get used to the, in the States, we're used to jumping in our car and driving to where we need to go, no matter how many.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just different, to get used to what you're either jumping on a fast ferry, or you're jumping on a plane to get where you got to go, and it's, I think I'm getting used to it, because there's almost nothing to it,
Well, I'm from the Midwest originally.
Yeah.
And, buses suck in the Midwest unless you're in a city like Chicago.
Yeah.
And I'm from a town that, hey, Annabelle, how you doing? Annabelle is here. But anyway, my hometown, the buses only run once in a blue moon. We got Eddie coming up. Hello, Eddie.
What's up, guys? Long time.
Long time, buddy.
Long time. My gosh, I've just been so busy here with, I'm not retired yet, so I still got to work and do all the honeydew stuff. And,
didn't you guys go to California to visit family?
Yes, we were in California. We were there. And now we're planning our trip to the Philippines in March.
All right.
Now you're making me jealous. California didn't make me jealous, but now you're making me jealous.
I have a question for you, Dan.
Yeah.
We were planning a trip from Manila to Cebu.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly. And I got online and I looked at the tickets. So they were like $37. They were fairly cheap. But as you get closer to the day, they become more expensive, just like here. But I don't think that's probably the case. Is that still the case even over there? Can you still get tickets like last minute over there fairly cheap or no?
I'm the right guy to ask this question because I just did it, right?
Okay.
Bought the tickets a couple days before flying, and so we ended up paying $50 a ticket
Um,
up till launch time. So $50 ain't that bad, 37 to 50. But I thought Cebu Pacific was having some kind of a sale or something, some kind of a promo. But I traveled Philippine Airline this time because it was $50 and I get my frequent flyer miles. But Air Asia seems to be the cheapest, and
Air Asia,
Cebu,
yeah.
yeah, when they're having a promo. But
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
what I
we paid
was.
on Philippine Airlines. We paid $50 a ticket on a half empty plane. Bought the ticket a couple days before launch time. So
Okay, so I can expect that's what I expected, probably about $50. That's a round trip ticket, right?
no, that was that was one way. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ah,
I'm
that's a
sorry.
one way.
That's the difference. That was a one way.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Hey,
See,
you're coming to Cebu. Well, dang, that's even better, man. So it's just a boat ride across across the water for us.
well, I actually checked on a boat ride. It's like 20 some hours though, man.
No, no,
Oh,
no, 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 no,
To go
no,
from Manila to Cebu, yeah. But
Yeah.
no,
that's
but,
yeah.
Eddie, Dan was
The
talking
folks that
about from
taught
where
me,
he's at to Cebu.
Oh,
yeah,
where
the
you're
folks
at,
that
I
taught me
see.
that ain't a fun trip on that boat, that luxury line or whatever they call it.
Well,
You
we're
know.
not certain if we're going to go to Cebu or not. We've been talking about it, but
Oh, you got me all excited, man.
sorry about that. There's so
You
much
got
that we we want to do over there. We just don't know yet what we're going to
yeah.
do, and Philippine Airlines just contacted me. What, they sent me an email today. They sent me an email 2 days ago that my flight will be delayed going out, and now they've rerouted it to go to Hawaii instead of a straight through flight
Oh, I
because
hate it.
there's a maintenance going on with the plane we were supposed to be on, and this flight's going to Hawaii, and then from Hawaii to the Philippines, and so that's turned into from a 14 to an 18-hour flight now.
Hey, Eddie, let me ask you a question. Are you flying out of LA?
Yes.
Oh, you are, and they want to go. Yeah, you know why? Them planes, Philippine Airlines, they're flying half empty. I mean, those planes aren't even filling up. I don't know what they're doing
Well,
over there.
that's good because I don't know if you
Yeah,
know this,
yeah.
but I bought my wife a ticket. I don't know if I told you this story. When she came over here, you have an opportunity to uh, bid on an upgraded seat for business class.
Right.
And I threw in a bid for her for $50, and we got it for 50.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was gonna say I should have done that on this flight to Cebu, but because I came through and business class was totally and completely empty.
yeah. But so if you go to, I don't know if Asia Airlines does it, but Philippine Airlines, if you go in 7 days before your flight, you have an opportunity to place a bid, an auction or a bid for that seat.
All right.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah.
Hold
So
on, guys. Let me tell the people like Annabella, you're in Manila. I understand, but I don't know if you've been here before. Sam and I know Jerry knows, and Michelle. I want you guys to know if you haven't, and Simple Nanette, if you want to drop your channel link, just type in LLL and it'll drop your link for you if you have a channel. If you have a question or if you want to come up, you type your question in or click on the link at the top of the chat where my name's at. It'll bring you to the panel and you can come up and talk with us. But I just wanted to make sure everybody that has not been here before knows that. And Ed, I'm going to tell you the truth. I would probably bid on that myself because, I'm a big boy. I need that extra room.
yeah, yeah, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try to place our bids in 7 days before and see what happens because from what sounds like Dan's saying is they're always flying half full or something.
Well, they when I came back from China, this is back in '99, they just upgraded us without us doing anything. They
Oh,
upgraded us, but that wasn't Filipino Air. That was a uh, oh Oh, it was an American airline, Northwest. I think it was Northwest. And something happens. Yeah, go ahead and get a cup of coffee. You can come right back. But that was on Northwest Airlines. We were flying from Beijing to Detroit, and I can't remember what happened, but we didn't even have to be asked to be upgraded. They just did it.
Oh yeah. What's up, Ed? How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Not bad. How you doing, Mac Daddy?
I just popped in, see how you guys are doing.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm wearing this sweatshirt because, like I said, now here where I live, my bedroom's heat is the baseboard heat. There's no blower, and it was so bloody cold last night. I had to put a blanket on my bed. I usually sleep with the heat up so high that I sleep on just underneath the sheet, and a lot of times I'll turn on my fan. There was no fan, and I had a blanket on. Believe me, it was cold last night.
It was so cold here I can make ice cubes on the floor. Let me tell you.
Oh, I believe it. Like I said,
It'd be pretty nice here in New Mexico.
well, I'm going to tell you the truth. It got down below 10 below Fahrenheit. It got down to below 25 below Celsius. And my living room, the heater in there has a fan, so it blows. It works better. But usually my warmest room is my bedroom because, like I said, I don't like. Hey, Timmy, welcome. I don't like sleeping under a blanket. I really don't like blankets.
We were 9 degrees here.
Yeah, and I always kick my feet out from underneath a blanket, so I left my socks on. But otherwise, my feet would have froze.
Ed, you're looking like the Lion King, brother. You're looking like the lion from the Wizard of Oz. Actually, you got that
I
beard.
gotta cut this. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
I've been saying it for weeks. I want to trim it, but
Hey,
Hey, Danny, how you doing, sir? We got Road to the Philippines here.
Hey.
Danny Knoll.
to make
Danny,
it
if you want, come on
I'm
up.
wrapped up in like a blanket too.
Yeah. You know
Danny,
what?
If you want, just click on the link and come up.
Yeah, Dan, I wanted to also mention we've been trying to schedule, to get a rent a van or just rent we were going to go to Tagate. Have you heard of that place out there?
Yeah.
We're going to go there when we get there, but trying to plan to get a place to stay for the whole family. It's just crazy because people are advertising. You can go to a group on Facebook and they advertise these, these beautiful places you can stay, whether they're a condo or the whole house. We're looking for the whole house with a swimming pool and, videoke or karaoke, but they just don't tell you the price. And then you got to tell them how many people and what day, it's like, just tell me what it is.
Yeah. They're going to jam you up. Hey, you know what? This was very, very frustrating about the trip to Thailand for us, was that, the people, so you would think that folks would be nicer because they're coming out of lockdown and they need money.
Right.
But I'm telling you, they were jamming us up like it was the last option on the planet,
Are you serious?
The whole thing is you only had like maybe 25% of the people show up. Tourist season is about to end. And I was sharing my economic philosophy to everybody that I believe in with all my heart. And that was that more and more of less and less equals more. It always has. It always will be. And so you can't treat tourists that way because they remember we're like elephants. See, Thailand, get it? It's like elephants.
Did you get the elephant? Did you get that other elephant to?
Yeah. I'm gonna send one out to Crystals, on LBC. Yeah. Someone told me to use LBC.
How about renting a car? How about renting a car experience? Have you had that yet?
Well, the rental car thing is another bummer because what'll end up happening is they're going to give you a daily rate, right?
Right.
They're going to give you the destination rate. I think that anyone else who has this experience should chime in. Who's here now?
We got Dodger Blue just came in.
Oh, Dodger Blue.
We want to say hi to Dodger Blue.
Hi, Dodger Blue.
And now, Danny, rode to the Philippines, did you rent a car?
No, no.
Danny
Danny.
from
Danny, yeah.
Danny rode from the Philippines.
Yeah, that's what I,
Rode to
that's
the-
who's Danny's attention who I was trying to get. What they'll do is they'll give you a destination rate. They'll say like $28 per day if you're going to Baguio City, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
But if
Okay.
you
Yeah.
divert
Well,
off that course, see, if
Yeah.
you divert, and they allow you that mileage to get from Manila to, let's say, Baguio City, they're going to jam you on the mileage rate if you deviate from that route.
right.
So that
Well, here in the States, there's a daily rate plus a
Yeah.
mileage rate.
right.
Now, also, if you're not going to return the vehicle, let's say you're renting a U-Haul.
That's not true. I rent cars and it's unlimited miles on cars here.
Depends on where you're at. It's not here.
Oh, here they are.
Now, if
Yeah.
you're
Even in
renting
I
one-
just rented a car in LA. It was unlimited miles.
No, I'm talking about if you're staying local, yes.
Oh
But
yeah.
I'm saying if you're not, they charge you by the mile.
Oh,
And if you're not, like, let's say you rent a van because you're moving, or U-Haul, either one.
Oh, that's different. Yeah, I believe.
What I'm saying is, though, you can rent it by the day and not pay anything. But if
Yeah.
you're going out, if you're moving and not bringing that thing back, they charge you a whole lot more.
So here's the other thing, Dan. We were gonna, we're planning on taking her family down there. There's gonna be about 8 of us. So I said, well, let's see what a van costs. So we've been looking for a van to rent here. Now it's hard to get a van without a driver.
yeah, that's
They
right.
they come with a driver. Here's the other thing. We were gonna do a stay over. Well, you have to pay for the driver's food and for his stay as well.
That's right.
And it's like, oh my gosh. So we,
You know what? all I could tell you is just suck it up, dude. That's all. I can
yeah,
suck it up.
yeah.
Enjoy life.
I'm learning that. I'm learning that.
Hold on a minute, guys. Danny's up there. He said he didn't catch the question. Can you repeat it? What you were wanting to find out about renting? Wasn't it the car? Who was it that was wanting to know about renting a car in the Philippines?
Oh,
Not
well,
me.
I was just asking about, they come with a driver and without a driver. Usually now, depending how far you got to go. We rented, it's a 2-hour drive. And I think it was, the range was 75K to 10,000K for that trip. And you had to pay for the gas.
I'm going to say, can you rent a car without a driver in the Philippines?
Yes.
You can rent bikes.
Yes.
And how much of a
Pardon me.
hassle is it?
No,
And
I don't
not-
think it's too much.
Well, that's
Not-
car
not-
rental, Larry. But van rental. You can't rent a van without a driver.
I'm going to say Dodger Blue just said moving vans don't
Also,
cost
here's
as much.
Here's the other
If you're
side.
going
of
to
it.
California, triple the
The other
rate if
side of
you're
this is that
leaving.
I wouldn't do it without a driver. That's the other thing, you know.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do. I don't want to do a car or a van without the driver.
Well,
yeah,
If
I'm kind of
I'm
the
just
same way.
visiting, once I move there, then that's different.
I got one.
Okay, let me hold on a minute. I got that's an interesting question because I'm planning on driving it, and why do you say that though, Dan? It's because of
I
not
just don't
used
want
to
the
it.
liability. You know, I want
Yeah.
to transfer the liability over to somebody else. I'm just
And I thought of that. Yeah.
I'm just thinking I'm an old man. I just don't want to be. I want to live life hassle free to the best of my ability, and sometimes that'll cost you a little bit of money. You know.
Hey, yes,
Yeah.
Danny, that's expensive. Danny wrote in the chat that a SUV rental on the island of Mindanao in Davao City area was 2,500 pesos per day. That
That's
did
reasonable.
not.
That's
that
very reasonable.
That did
Yeah.
not include the driver.
That's good. That's not bad
Oh.
there.
I
But
think you can find it.
Our
Yeah,
gas.
yeah,
You can find it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's almost the price is renting one here. I
yeah.
would think
Yeah.
it'd be a little cheaper. I think
Hey.
it'd be a little cheaper than Philippines.
Oh no,
I
they
would think.
listen. They jam you up. Cars are not cars are not cheaper in the Philippines. They
I
cost.
noticed that. Well, I
Yeah,
knew
they're
they weren't
about the same
cheaper.
price, if not more.
Yeah,
But I was talking about.
if
I was
not
thinking
more,
about renting
right?
it.
The
Yeah.
same price, if not more.
Hey,
Not.
how much are you getting any onions, Dan?
Yeah, people are growing
You want us
onions.
to send you some?
Yeah.
You, how about we do a swap? You send us some eggs, and we'll send you some onion.
Yeah, that's fine.
That sounds fair.
Yeah.
More fun in the Philippines.
I don't know if you guys follow Melagene Salon.
Yeah.
All right. She was talking about she's out in the province right now at her province house.
Mhm.
And they're not having eggs because where she lives, nobody's wanting to sell eggs, or nobody wants to buy them because they're $1 an egg.
Oh,
the
the
eggs?
golden-
Where
the
she lives,
golden
yeah.
egg.
Oh.
She said $1 an egg where she lives.
You know what I liked about Melgene was she did the luxury bus trip from Manila to Baguio, and I've been terrified of taking that trip. I've been wanting to go to Baguio again for a while, but the last time I did it, I did it on a wooden seat bus, which was a mistake. And I'm terrified of going around. I was terrified going up that hill around those turns on that ancient road. There's only one way.
Oh, yeah. Is
Uh,
that how you get there? On one of them roads?
Yeah. You go up the national highway through Pangasinan, and if you're smart, you'll stop in Pangasinan for a night just to recover.
Oh, wow.
From the ass hitting your, the seat hitting your ass, and then because you're bouncing up and down like this. But now, after watching her video, I've learned they have these luxury buses through Genesis, and you pay like $20. Takes you all the way up there, and apparently
and it's air conditioned too.
It's air conditioned. It's got service. It's
Well, did you see where she took a direct flight from Cebu to Baguio?
That's terrifying to me. That's terrifying.
I don't know. I think I would rather do that if I'm going from Cebu. I think I'd rather do that than the ferry than the bus.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they definitely fly.
Wait, did she go Cebu to Baguio, the new route?
They flew for a direct route.
Yeah.
From Cebu to Baguio. It was direct.
Two things about that. It's very expensive, and once you see the runway, you're never going to want to do that again.
She didn't act like it was that expensive.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, that's a terrifying ride. It's not the takeoff, it's the landing, because it comes down. If I recall, right, I don't know what improvements they've done to that landing strip, but I got to tell you, right, you have to land on a dime. I don't know if you guys in the States have ever flown into the airport at Laughlin, Nevada. So if you take it, well, okay, it's a private airport, but if you're bringing your Cessna in there, your 310 or 312 or something, you have to go around and buzz the hotel. What's the hotel there? And you're landing like you have to make like a two or three 360s.
Oh, wow.
Maintain
you gotta do like a dog before he lays down, huh? Because he turns around about 3
and you
times.
gotta land like in a salad bowl, right? It's a salad bowl landing. Well, this you only have so many feet of runway, and then you just go off the cliff. And this is probably why they're using those. I feel comfortable in a turboprop, but I would not feel so comfortable in one of those Embraer jets.
Oh,
you need
yeah.
to take a runway in order to land. If the brakes fail or something happens, it's a takeoff. In other words,
it's like landing into St. Thomas. You land into a mountain.
Right.
The
You're
runway
landing.
is only 2 feet longer than it legally needs to be.
Yeah, that's what you got going in Baguio, and that's why the airlines have not offered a direct flight into that airport. Is because it's
short runway.
Well, maybe
you got one shot. That's all you got.
They did many. From what I understand, they did many pilot trainings on that route. They did many test runs before they allowed passengers to fly, because you got to hit that dime like boosh. right?
You got to be a co-pilot at least 10 times before to let you land at St. Thomas.
There you go.
Wow.
Because you're landing into a mountain. There is no abort. You land. That's it.
Sounds exactly the same as Baguio. You're landing into the mountain.
You come in real nice over the water, and then as soon as you see the runway, they touch down immediately and slam the brakes on, reverse the motors.
Like that.
Yep, that's all you got. Boom.
And you got to
One
hit
shot.
it on a dime. I mean, on a dime.
Wow.
And then
Yeah, I
they
don't think it sounds like I'd fly into that place.
Hang
out
on,
of the
guys.
water.
Hang on. JLB is 80 by 99%. Welcome.
JLB, the anti-JLB is here.
Tim Disick, welcome.
Banned
And,
for life from
And this, welcome.
JLB's banned for life from Every Man Tells a Story.
Well, he can ban whoever he wants. I mean, it's his channel, right? But
You know,
No,
you guys were talking about
All because he didn't get a joke. JLB has a very, very sharp, but sometimes it's a very cold sense of humor.
you guys were talking about renting vehicles earlier. Anybody renting in the United States, I just wanted to mention sometimes renting from U-Haul not only is cheaper if you rent a pickup truck instead of a car, but the credit requirements and the deposit is less. And like the day rate might be like $37, unlimited miles, as long as you return it to where you picked it up.
Right.
So don't mind driving a pickup truck that looks like a billboard.
hey, Mimi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Bad yourself? Did you have fun on the trip?
Yep.
I'm gonna say, sound like you guys did. Sound like you guys had a blast to me. It looked like it.
Okay, guys, have a good day.
All right, see you later, Minnie. Thanks for saying hi. Well, now, Danny, you might be right. The Eagles may win, but
Not
this is the
bad, it will.
Oh,
he
man. My
I'm from
49ers
Philly.
lost.
We played green.
What a disaster that game was. That was a
Yeah, it
disaster.
was.
You think your team suck? Look at mine. Come on,
I'm
coach.
I'm from Philly. We bleed green.
Like I said, I'm from Indiana. I'm a Colts fan.
Fly, Eagles, fly, baby.
I just want a good game, okay? I want double overtime.
Oh, you know,
There you go.
Super Bowl is usually a lousy game.
Usually, every once in a while, that's a good game.
I threw so many Super Bowl parties over the years, and you know, it's like halfway through, everybody's just wandering around, smoking pot and drinking shine and eating wings. Nobody cares about the game; it's over.
Well, like I said, you know that I'm a Colts fan, and you know we won the Super Bowl, but that's not my favorite win. My favorite win was the AFC Championship game when we came back from 18 points and beat the New England Patriots and Tom Brady to get to the Super Bowl to win.
Well, the Eagles beat Brady too, and
I'm just saying, though, this is back when they were beating us almost every year, keeping us from the Super Bowl. Tom Brady and the Patriots. So, like I said, the year.
Gate. Tom Brady was letting air out of the football so he could throw them, and they busted him.
Yeah, well, it was the Colts that complained about it.
Brady cheats.
Yeah, but like I said, though, that was my favorite. I love the fact that we won the Super Bowl that year, but I love that game better. And my second favorite my favorite Super Bowl was us winning it. My second favorite Super Bowl is the year we lost to the not the Bears.
The Bears.
The Bears.
Second favorite AFC game. I mean, was
The
when we
Bears.
lost. When we lost to it was a Pennsylvania Steelers. It was the Steelers.
Oh, the
where
Pittsburgh.
where Aaron Bailey caught the pass, we would win and go to the Super Bowl. And this is before they had this is when they didn't have replay. And he didn't catch it, but he You couldn't
Oh.
tell from the angle that was shown on TV.
Don't
And
say
he
hi.
comes up holding the ball above his head. They called it incomplete. And on the repeat, on
This
the
is
replay, you can see it was.
Dan and say hi.
Hey, Joyce. How you doing, Joyce?
How are you
doing?
guys?
Oh, not too bad. Just talking like normal.
All right. Good to see you again. Larry, Kuya Larry.
Yeah, just lazy Larry.
Kuya Larry and Dan and Ed.
My baby wants to say hi.
Oh yeah, gotta say
Hello,
hi to
Asia.
the baby. Asia.
Hey, Asia. How you doing?
We just got back together. Not together though, but
Eddie's wife.
He was probably in the kennel, right?
No, she doesn't stay in the kennel. Only in our bed.
he's not a dog. He's not a dog.
It's not a dog. Don't be fooled by
forgot.
this.
She
It's not a
forgot.
dog.
She forgot already to be a dog.
Oh, I'm talking about, did you take her on your trip to California?
No,
Oh, sad
no.
no.
All right. That's what I said.
No.
You guys just got back together.
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
They
know
just
where
go
you
back.
put her. I don't know where you kept her at, but
Oh, she was here. My son was here, so he took care of her.
All right.
Yeah.
Being single, I'm not going to have a dog because somebody's got to. I don't like today and tomorrow. I'm working 12-hour shifts. Somebody's got to let that dog out. I live in an apartment building, so I don't have a fenced-in yard. You can't just let your dog run wild. They have a tendency to frown upon that and take them away and probably charge you money.
Yeah.
Now, cats,
Leave them out in the cold; they'll die.
especially on a day like today, yeah. So the only pet I would ever have would be a fish, and they would die if I went on
You wanna watch
vacation. So
A little bit in 5 minutes maybe.
5 minutes.
3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna watch a movie, guys. You guys have a good night, huh?
God bless
You
you
too, Vic.
guys.
God bless you now, Joyce. We'll
We
Take
see
care,
you.
hope you find a partner forever.
I'm looking forward to more videos.
Oh, we're gonna have I'm gonna have a premiere coming up soon. It's our Los Angeles journey. Our short vacation over there. So
A cold vacation over there. I've never seen California so cold. And
I'll trade California weather anytime you want for what I had today.
yeah, I bet though. Yeah.
And like
I
I said,
forgot.
Fahrenheit was 10 below. Celsius was 25 below.
Where is that?
She got to ride in Pirates of the Caribbean, but the It's a Small World was closed.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're remodeling. They're getting ready for the big 100th anniversary.
Yeah.
But she had a great time.
I had a great time. I forgot that I'm adult. I forgot that I'm almost
That's a good time, man.
I'm 45, so
Hey, let us know where you can be, Eddie, and we'll come find you when you get over here to the Philippines.
Yeah.
Oh,
We will
is
be
he in
there.
the Philippines?
Yeah, Dan's there. He's in Cebu though.
Wow.
No. He's in Bye-Bye.
City.
He's in
Where?
Bye-Bye.
Oh, he's in Bye-Bye City.
South of
Where-
Ormoc. South
Where
of
is-
Ormoc.
Where is the
Leyte.
Bye-Bye? Is it in Visayas region?
Yeah,
It's in-
Leyte.
Yeah,
Leyte.
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 Leyte. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
south of Ormoc in central or eastern Visayas.
Mhm. Okay, that's good to hear that. You like Philippines?
Yeah. So if you guys come down to Cebu, or we know we're going somewhere in March, so we're going to be
Yeah,
flying
we
to
will.
Manila. Maybe we'll do Palawan or El Nido or something like that. But we're going to be flying.
God willing, we might be able to
Maybe we can meet up and
Yeah.
maybe
cup
a
of coffee.
coffee
Now,
and a donut.
That
Remember,
sounds
guys,
good.
Donut.
He
Yeah,
loves
Guys-
doing it.
yeah. We'll meet at Mall of Asia.
Oh yeah, we are close by there. Mall of
Yeah.
Asia.
Yeah.
now, Joyce, I want videos of Cavite.
Cavite?
Different
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, it's very short town, but it's very safe. Actually, it's already city. We are close by in airport, about 30 to 40 minutes.
Well, see, like I said, I don't know if I'll move there or not. I'm 69 years old. My mom's still alive. She's 97.
Oh, you are.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, question real quick. Are they having, I found out that they're requiring possibly our booster shots that we got for our COVID,
No,
the 2 shots.
you're not.
All I heard was the 2 shots,
Yeah.
and they're not requiring any shots right now.
Oh, if you want to know what happened that way when we came back into the country, it was kind of ridiculous, you know, because we filled out all the stuff online. We got our QR codes, and then when we landed, right, they have one room, a staging area, where you have to go up to one of the windows, and all you do is present your QR code, and then they scan it, and they just kind of like shoo you through, you know, like go through passport control. Well, I thought that was really unusual because it didn't seem very well controlled, you know. So I was thinking to myself, man, what's the use in requiring that e-travel pass if they're not going to control the movement of people a little bit better? You know, it was almost like there was no security that was in that room monitoring people who were hitting the windows, scanning their QR codes, and then allowed to go through. And so
I don't know.
I'm thinking you could have snuck through, you know, without scanning your QR.
I think they're still requiring that. I think they got to get in.
E-travel.
Yeah, e-travel.
Yeah.
Have you guys followed Turquoise Sunset?
No.
It's
No.
a Phil Ang couple. They got a couple kids. They've not got the shots at all. All right. Now she's a Filipino American citizen. She got the dual citizenship, but he wasn't going to go back until he didn't have. He's an American, Caucasian, but he was not going to go back if he had to take the shot. So they finally said, "You can come in without the shot. They'll test you, and if you got COVID, then you got to be quarantined. But if you don't have it, you don't have to be quarantined."
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And they went in. I want to say it was November or December. I can't remember which.
Yeah, but if you have the shot, you don't have to be tested.
No, but he refuses to get the shot.
Yeah, we already got it because we knew we were going to need it for travel. We were planning on going in September of last year, so we got the shot already.
I got it because I was afraid, they were going to require it for me to see my mother. She's in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Oh.
And like I said, she's 97 now, but I mean, I got the shot a couple of years ago.
And when did he go to Philippines?
Dan, what time? When did you move to the Philippines?
What year?
This last year.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that. Last year was so ridiculous. There's something going on. But now I think it's not quarantine required now. As long as you have this COVID test and you have this vaccine and stuff. And
The vaccines, yeah.
They're still quarantining people, but I don't know, like Eddie, I don't know how that works. We stayed in a quarantine hotel on our return trip. We stayed when we came back. We stayed 4 nights or 5 nights in Manila to fool around and meet with friends. And
there's my shot card.
we stayed at the Red Planet Manila Bay, which is it's a quarantine hotel.
Oh, okay.
So I know people were there because I was in the elevator when they were bringing up the meals, and I counted something like 12 or 15 meals on the cart. So I don't know how how that's working. If they're testing, and then if they're turning positive, they have to quarantine for so many days. But I know they're still quarantining people.
And do we still need to get the PhilHealth to get there also?
Health insurance?
Yeah.
No.
Is that required? No. Okay.
You probably want that though if you can get it.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I mean,
travel.
I mean, as long as it's not too expensive, I would go ahead and pony up some money for the travel insurance.
Yeah,
hey,
I'm gonna get the travel insurance.
We were there when the whole airport shut down.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember. I saw that. That was crazy.
That was a nightmare. It was a little bit. It was honestly more scary than
Yeah.
the way I portrayed it. But in the end, my final thoughts about it is they handled it beautifully, and I was very
Oh.
impressed.
How
They
long were
handled
you
it-
down for?
Huh?
How long was it down?
Only 24 hours, was the inconvenience. So we had to leave the airport and find a place to stay, and it turned out to be the Red Planet. And
Oh, we
then
stayed there.
at 5 in the morning, the next morning, I heard my phone vibrate, and I get on there, and it was Philippine Airlines saying, "Get your ass back to the airport."
Ah.
So they really handled it well. I'm telling you.
Oh, wow.
At first, it seemed like it was very chaotic, but truth of the matter is they had a plan, and the plan was just reverse everything. Just reverse everything
Yeah.
and send people back through as though nothing happened. And I started thinking about it, and I go, you know what? I would have done exactly the same thing.
So just a 1 hour or 1 day delay, 24-hour delay.
1 day delay, but I wanted to be there on January 1st. I ended up getting to Thailand, or Minnie and I ended up getting to Thailand on January 2nd. And they still made us wait in the airport. They kept delaying the flight, and we ended up with a 8 hours being stuck in at the gates waiting for the flight. But when we got on that plane, man, it was a beautiful thing. Once Minnie and I were sitting in the seat, we just took this breath of air, like deep breath. We're here sitting in the chair.
Are those tickets expensive? How much do they cost from Manila to Thailand?
Oh my gosh, well, if you look at Philip Jenick, he talks about how he was able to get from Thailand. Cebu Pacific had a sale, and it was $100 to travel one way,
What?
from Manila to Thailand, or from
Oh.
Thailand back to Manila. I mean, it was cheap.
Oh,
And I
wow.
wasn't paying attention, so I lost out on the deal. I wasn't paying attention to what was going on.
Wow. That is cheap.
That's cheap. That's dirt cheap.
Well, listen, guys. You guys have a good night, huh? Be safe. Take care.
Eddie,
All right, Eddie.
Good
Good talking to you guys.
say hey and bye to your wife. We'll see you
Okay.
soon.
Tell Joyce bye. We'll talk to her some other time.
Okay.
Look, I'm looking forward to your videos.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Bye. What?
Oh, that
There
was
we go.
cool.
What, you like the other one?
That's
Is that
kind
the
of
one you-
cool. That trifecta, except it cuts your face off about halfway.
I
Yeah.
can move over, I guess.
Oh yeah, that kind of looks wild. How do you get that screen?
I got the one that's just like this one only. Well, it's only you. The one right next to it gives me that one. The one next to that does this. This one does this one where you're big and him and I are small.
Yeah, well, I'm naturally big.
No one's bigger than I.
I don't know. I think I gained a lot of weight. I'm gonna have to get on the scale to see how many poundages I put on. I
Dan,
put on some poundages. I was drinking way too much beer. I'm telling you. I need to go on the wagon for a couple of months. That's pure sugar.
oh, Leonard.
Sugar.
Leonard's here.
Hey,
Leonard from the great state of Houston.
how's the ice treating you down there?
Hey, everybody. Well, we haven't had any ice here.
Okay.
It's been just barely warm enough not to. No, I just got off of Sean Trucker's with BS live stream.
Did you ever
Now,
speak
what?
Boundless Immigration or A1?
I hadn't been able to. I had found the phone number, I think, for Boundless, but I got tied up and didn't get a chance to call them, and I had it saved in a. I had the page saved where it was, and my computer rebooted on me.
Now, I got a question, Leonard, about
Yes, sir.
Sean's. Did that idiot ever get back on there?
Oh, you talking about Lucy?
Yeah. I'm
No,
talking about
but
that idiot.
No, he never got back on there, but there was another one. He,
Oh, yeah,
he
you
started attacking. He started attacking me for a while, but he got nothing on me. So I don't think he has anything on Sean either.
I doubt it.
What
It's-
happened? I missed it. What happened?
You know Sean Moore, Sean
Yeah.
Tucker?
Yeah.
All right. He was
Yeah.
having a live stream while I was at work. And Sammy was on there, Robert was on there, Leonard was on there, Sean Tuber was on there. And I
Yeah.
was watching it while I'm at work. And this he says he's transgender. Lucy Bambi Sleep or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, he got on there and he started in on Sean saying, he's a pedophile or sex something and all this, that, and the other thing, and just
Holy
and then
crap,
he was
where did that come from?
just some idiot. But then if you start giving him a hard time, he calls you a boomer. Well, Sean's not a boomer.
Oh,
But Sean would, oh, you boomer. He's not a boomer. I'm a boomer.
Well,
Dan's a boomer. You're not a boomer, Ed. Leonard's a boomer. It's the
yeah, I
age
think
group.
so.
on the very tail end.
Yeah.
No, you're not old enough to be even the tail end.
But why
You
would
gotta
that
be-
be? Why is that a
44.
derogatory term? I'm not getting it.
How
I'm
old?
a boomer.
What
Huh?
year was you born?
I
60.
mean, but why?
That's too late. That's not a boomer.
Well,
Yeah, you missed out.
I'm equal opportunity. That's what I want everybody to know. I hate
Yeah, but I
everybody
mean,
equally.
what was the boomer? 61 in the last year?
I'm not sure exactly.
I think it's 61. My little sister thinks a boomer. She was
Yeah,
61.
it might be right.
I thought the
But
boomer.
My question is, why is referring to somebody
No.
as a boomer a derogatory term?
Yeah.
That's where this kid was. I mean, you could tell. he's a
Hey,
kid.
Jerry.
I mean, it's a compliment to me.
Tim. Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's a compliment we lived this long.
That's what I'm saying.
Annabelle, you leaving? Well, you have a good night now. If
I
you're
will-
leaving,
Nice one.
Oh, Annabelle, how are you?
and but now, okay, let me make sure I clarify this. When I say my real name is Larry, I mean it's my real name. It's not a nickname, which Larry is a nickname for Lawrence. But my real name is Larry. It's not Lawrence. I got in a lot of trouble because I wouldn't admit my name was Lawrence.
You
when it
can
wasn't.
call me Larry, and you can call me Lawrence, and you can call me a cat.
No, you're not calling me. You're not calling me
Don't
Lawrence.
call me Lawrence.
You,
That's like
you can call me.
me if somebody wants to try to call me Lenny.
I always call la 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 Larry.
You can call me. You can call me lazy. You can call me asshole, and you can call me crazy. Don't call me Lawrence.
Don't call me too late for dinner either.
That's for sure.
Jerry's, I call South Texas home, says baby boomer ended 1966 or 1968.
Right. So I am a boomer. Thank you.
Let me find out.
You have
What
to
was
ask,
the last year of the Boomers?
You have to thank Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
According to USA Today, baby boomers are anyone born from 1946 to 1964. Millennials are anyone born from 1981 to 1996.
I'm in there. I told you on the tail end.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the very end of it. 64. And,
La 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 Larry.
but
La
the
la
one
la
between,
Larry.
the one between 65 and 80, I don't know what they call them.
Old.
Asshole.
Larry, they just call us old.
Oh man, that was the worst. That was the worst population cohort group there were, right? Because only something like 20 million people were born during that area, I believe.
Yeah, it was one of the smaller generations.
It was one of the smaller cohort groups, and that's why we're sucking wind today.
Yeah.
That's why the economy isn't
No.
rocking and rolling. Because you got to get out there and buy a house. You got to go out there and buy a washing machine and a
Yeah.
dishwasher and all this crap. But there ain't nobody there to buy it. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, Larry, I don't know if you know this or not, but the boomers are the first generation to retain their wealth and not pass it down to their children. So
That's
they're
'cause we're-
double screwed. Our kids are double screwed, you see, because
Yeah.
we're not giving them any money.
You know what we did, don't you? We spend it all.
Yep.
That's right. We spend it. And why not?
but-
We travel to the Philippines, build houses, and buy cars.
I look at it this way: if
Dan,
you did
you
it
had a
right,
wife that did that.
My father purposefully left me out of his will. Thanks,
well,
Dad.
I'm just saying though, if we did it right, we raised our kids. If you know, I don't have kids, but you raised your kids.
Yep.
You got them through college. You set them up. Now it's up to them. I mean, you might help them out if something bad happens, like they got hurt real bad or something. I can see helping them out. But my dad told me when I hit 18, you can quit school, but if you do, you go out and get a job and start helping with the bills or move the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Good luck paying for college today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, the plan really is you don't. You know, in my mind's eye, you don't really need a college education
You
to
know,
make it in America. No,
But
you
see,
need,
now-
For most jobs, you really don't.
yeah, 2 years of college, and plus they're dumbing down the MQs, the minimum
I'm gonna-
qualification.
I'm going to tell you something else. A lot of jobs that you don't go to college make more money than the kids that go to college.
Absolutely.
Go,
Well,
Yeah,
go,
sure.
go to construction.
You're a
Go to
push button
construction,
IT,
get on the-
Construction,
get on the
drive a
road,
semi
drive a
cross
truck.
country. Yeah, drive a truck cross country. Go to construction. There's some other jobs besides those, but those two are really good jobs.
Yep.
My brother just retired from New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
get a
that's
hold
good.
of that
That's a good
pension
deal.
money.
He gets 80% of $156,000 a year.
Holy smokes!
So that's like what,
my little-
120 a year to sit
My
home.
little
And his
My
wife
little-
gets half of that on top of that. So they
my
get
little
like
sister
$180,000 a year to sit home.
Yeah.
my little sister didn't go to college. Went to work for the county welfare department. Worked her
Yes.
way up to being a
Yes.
caseworker. Like I said, worked her way up to being a caseworker. Never went to college, and retired at 55.
There you go.
She's working part time because she hadn't even took her Social Security yet. She's not old enough,
Right.
but she works like 2 or 3 days a week. Her husband's a retired state worker. He worked at state prison. He's a retired prison guard or official of some type. And so they're out in Lake Tahoe the last I heard on vacation.
Yeah.
But like I said, my little sister works so they can have the money to do what they want, and she enjoys her job. Now I got another sister who never went to college. She worked in a factory. She became same thing as a trucker, a teamster. Now she's not a truck driver, didn't have anything to do with trucks, but her job was a teamster union. Whoop. She retired at 55. She's in her 70s, and she hasn't worked a day since she retired at 55. And
I can
so,
never retire, and I sell shine.
Hey, you know what?
What?
Keep on doing what you're doing, brother.
I'm in a cash business.
Yeah.
Now, Tim, when I went to college, mine was, it was a pre-911 GI Bill. And I'll tell you the truth, I had so much fun in college, if I could have retired from it, I'd have stayed there. It was a blast.
Save 10% of every bottle and put it under your mattress. That's my suggestion.
I have jars, but yeah. Well, I got another problem though. I don't want my kid in the shine business. He's already handling too much of it,
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
and I want to switch him like to the pizza business or something.
Yeah, you know, for some reason I've always been I like everything that has a round shape. So I've been in the pizza business, the donut business, the tire business, anything that's round. I don't know why that is.
I like the donut business
I got
too.
around.
I know all about Belshaw Industries and Dawn Bakery.
Yeah. You know what? I'll tell you what. I was so short-sighted. You know, this is why I was no good in business. I could not see that the profit was not in the donuts. The profit was in the coffee. See,
Oh,
that's the whole thing. Donuts, they were very labor intense until Belshaw came out with the automatic donut making machines.
that's correct.
Now I would go ahead and build the donut shop, and I would do everything automated, you know, and I would concentrate on the drinks, not the donuts.
You buy them frozen and run them through a thermal glazer, they call it.
Yes, that's what I would do. Exactly right. Instead of buying the equipment, buy them frozen.
Yep, already cooked and everything. You just heat them up and run them through the oven, and they even taste better and hold up better.
Yeah, and then the smell just permeates the building, you know?
Oh, I love donuts.
Yeah, so do I. What are you going to do?
I'm from
Well,
Levittown, Pennsylvania. There's a place called Piazza's. It's Italian donuts. They are so fine. Oh my goodness.
Well,
See, and the
that
other thing about it is you have to make the money on the fancy donuts, the fancies they call them.
Well, they
It
just, yeah.
It ain't the glaze that's going to get you rich. It's the ones with all them decorations on it, you know?
You know what you put on them for decorations?
What?
Crunch berries. Captain Crunch.
Oh man, that's a fantastic idea. I love it.
Yeah, dip them in glaze and then dip them in crunch berries, and they got all these like little round
The
colors.
flavors, the texture.
Yes, or you dip them in cocoa cream.
Genius. You're a genius, my friend.
They're going to beat a pathway to my door. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, you have a good night now. I know it's getting close to your bedtime. He says, have a good night, everybody.
Bye, Jerry. See
night.
you next time.
You think I'm good with donuts? You should see the magic I do with pizza.
Pizza, my other favorite.
You should see the magic I do to donuts. They
You
go
gotta
so
sell
quick.
pizza and donuts out of your house. That's the way to make money, right there.
Well, I can do eclairs and cream puffs. I was a chef for years. I know how to make choke suey.
Wow.
Roller
That's
dough.
Hey, guys, remember, I'm diabetic here. Let's don't.
Well,
let's don't
we'll
go
check with that. We'll
Have
do
a
a sugar
forward,
free for
like-
you.
What was
don't,
that?
don't, I'm gonna say, don't go make me want to eat.
Free for you, Larry.
Sugar free, though, sucks.
No argument for me. What are you going to do? Yeah, no. So here's what's happening in a lot of places across the country. They're now allowing you to bake and sell the goods out of your home.
Yes,
There
I
are
saw that in Florida when I was there.
Yeah,
They're
they're
allowed to
issuing
make like
permits.
fruit pies and sell them.
Yeah,
they-
they're allowing you
Wait
to do
a
that.
minute. They put a key word in there. Pie. That means I
Yeah.
can do pizza pie out of my home.
Ah, ha, ha.
So my
There you
dream
go.
is to have a room added to my house, and I
Yeah,
have
but-
no takeout, delivery only.
I'm going to
There
say,
you go. Perfect.
where you're at, you
Great
wouldn't want.
idea.
I don't know if anybody would want to come and get takeout.
No,
Hey,
no.
I-
They
Well,
would
where I
just
Where
do
you're
delivery.
delivery.
That's what I
only.
said.
Other
And
thing,
express.
no cash, cashless delivery.
Yeah.
Everything's on a debit card or a charge card. This way, if I send the driver out, he don't even have to come back. He's already paid.
So what I'm hearing about some of the major cities because everybody evacuated the buildings during the lockdown,
Ghost
is that
restaurant.
those businesses are going away now. They're empty buildings, and so people are having to think about different ways to make money. And one of them, Mac Daddy, is your idea, is to bake out of your home and start selling the goods through the delivery services. I love the idea. That's
know what
the
else
American way.
Really good. I make cookies that are like, oh my god, my oatmeal raisin with cinnamon cookie is incredible, and nobody else has it. Everybody's got oatmeal cookies, but for some reason nobody puts cinnamon in them.
Tim's right.
I got a sister that can really bake too. She's older than the one that retired at.
And if you know
55, but
If you know what choke suey is, I know how to make choke suey.
I don't know what choke suey is.
Choke suey is you take your donut dough. It has a lot of water and egg yolk in it, but the egg yolks are added late in the dough, and you like kind of like cook it on the stove a little bit, and it makes eclair paste or cream puff paste. Well, that's the same base you use for crullers too, which means you can put it in one of those donut hoppers above the fryer and just crank the handle. You don't have to cut donuts. It drops them right in the oil. Boom, 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 boom. So you can make them a lot faster.
That's beautiful.
I also have a donut that I didn't invent, but the company that did is out of business. I got one that tastes like French toast.
Wow.
You're
Delicious.
going to love this one. I take a donut and I dip it in, I fill it with pastry cream and like a Boston cream, but instead of putting chocolate on it, I dip it in maple glaze. And when you bite into it, it tastes like French toast with maple syrup.
I'll tell you what. I don't make a donut that tastes like French toast, but I would take bread or a roll, put butter
That's how
on
you
it.
got them companies like up north in Seattle from California. Voodoo Donuts is making a killing, you know, because they have all them.
Well, he
they have
sells
all them
individual
specialties.
donuts. You're right. He sells specially individual donuts, and he gets like $1.50 or $2 a piece for a donut, as
That's
opposed
what
to
I do.
$7 a dozen.
Yeah.
My niece used to bake. Now she's working for a cake company now, but she used to bake cookies and hand decorate them. And she get, this has been a couple of years back, she'd get over $2 a cookie.
I got a family recipe on Pennsylvania Dutch, and I have my grandmother's German sticky bun recipe. And the secret to the dough is you cook 5 pounds of potatoes and add the potatoes and the warm water to a 50-pound bag of flour when it's in the mixer. And the mashed potato dough makes these buns so special. I can remember being a little guy, 4 years old, at the farm market stand that my grandmother ran, and people would stand in line to buy these sticky buns.
Hey, Mac Daddy, you know what I noticed in the Philippines when I visited the bakery while they were baking? They
What?
don't use a Hobart. They don't use a mixer. They use a kneading machine. And they proof in the air in the Philippines because the humidity is so high. And so
Yeah.
all they do is stick them on the shelf and they wait for them to proof up. They don't need a proof box.
And I
Not
got
what
special yeast.
Hey guys, I'm gonna
Yeah.
turn my camera off for a moment. You go ahead
Okay.
and keep talking. I'm just gonna grab myself another soda.
Oh,
I'm
know-
gonna go grab a coffee.
I'll
I'm
be
gonna
right-
take a break myself.
be,
Like I said, I'm just
careful
gonna-
between here and there.
You guys go ahead and talk.
All right.
Whoops, wrong thing.
Well,
There
I'm
we
back
go.
anyway.
What the heck?
Hey, you're the one running the
Oh.
buttons over there.
Well, they got special yeast, as I was saying. I got yeast. It's rapid yeast. It's like yeast on meth. It does its whole thing in 24 hours. And then I got high sugar yeast. Take a lot of sugar.
Well,
And-
doesn't yeast proof in like 4 to 6 hours?
No, I got yeast that'll do it in an hour.
Okay.
It's rapid yeast. And then I
Yeah.
got like you said, I could put a ton of sugar in for like Danish dough. And then I got bread yeast for like making pizza. I didn't realize there was so many different kinds of yeast. So I went on Amazon one day to buy a pound of yeast, and they had like 20 different kinds.
Yeah.
I'm really anything I get into, I learned so much about.
You ever
But-
make sourdough bread?
Yeah, I can make sourdough, but I can't make it like San Francisco.
I don't know about San Francisco.
Well,
I know
the
about
thing-
my mom.
Well, out San Francisco is famous for sourdough, and some areas are. There's yeast in the air that you cannot get anywhere else but San Francisco. It's off the bay.
Okay, I had never heard of that, but
See, we didn't have yeast till Louis Pasteur invented pasteurization and discovered bacteria.
Yeah.
Yeast is just a fungus. And
Yeah.
my last name is Beck. And Beck is German for Baker by a brook. My ancestors.
Okay. Don't fall in.
Well, they used to get the reason why I used to use creek water to bake bread with back in the day was so you would get the natural yeast spores in the creek water.
Oh, okay.
Other half of that is you got to make sure that you bake the bread to 165-degree internal temperature so they don't give somebody salmonella from the bacteria from the creek water.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So there's so much you got to learn, or that you learn when you start looking at the history of food and baking and bread. You know, the Egyptians basically invented beer. You know how they invented beer? They used to make bread in like large, like they look like feeding troughs for cows.
Yeah.
And they mixed it by hand. And at the end of the day, so you would have spored water to make your bread with the next day.
Yeah.
And carry over the yeast that's naturally there. You'd fill your trough with water and leave. Well, the baker must have got laid, drunk, or something, and left that trough sit for a few days.
Oh, I see.
And when he got back, he had beer.
Now, hold on, talking about beer. Do you know why they landed at the Plymouth Rock, the Pilgrims?
Yeah, they were
Made a
out
wrong
of beer.
turn.
They were running out of beer.
Do you know why they had to drink beer on the boats?
Well, it's safer than the water.
Right.
It sanitized the water. And they used to also make what they called baby beer. After you brewed your beer, you took what was left and brewed it again and made baby beer for children to drink.
Well, you
I'm
know,
just
back,
saying, though, but
back
that-
in biblical days, they always used wine. And everybody was, you know, I've heard people wonder, well, why they use wine? Because the water was polluted.
Well, another thing is on the British ships, they had rum from sailing through the islands.
Right.
And why rum was so important, because when the water would go stale in the barrels on the ship, you would mix rum and water to sanitize the water to drink it. And that is called grog.
That's what grog is. Okay.
Yeah. Now, talking about alcohol, what alcohol happens in nature naturally?
Oh.
Grape juice.
No.
No.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is.
What do you mean? What alcohol happens in nature naturally?
Yeah, by itself. No, without
By
man
itself.
doing
No,
anything.
no, you.
Yeah,
I've heard this
Grape
before.
I think
Grape
birds get, grape juice. I think
You-
birds get drunk
No,
eating that.
no.
It's
Well,
not very
you can
great.
make this, but what happens naturally is mead.
Mead. Okay.
Well,
Mead.
grape juice happens naturally too, because you're a little misleading. Mead is honey,
Yes.
but grape
But
juice
mead-
naturally has a 0.5% of alcohol from when you crush it out of the shell and just get
Yeah,
grape.
but you crushed it. You don't have to do anything for mead.
I don't have to crush a grape to get it, but when I do, it's naturally there.
But I'm just saying, mead.
Grapes have alcohol in them.
Mead, it will be created by the animals in nature. It's done accidentally, but it happens. And mankind found this is in your. You can look it up. It's you can Google it and find out. I did a report on it, so that's not why I know. But you could, like I said, they would find it and started drinking it by accident and get drunk.
Well,
Then they
mead,
figured out what was. Yeah, but I'm talking about way back when, before beer was even around. Mead's been around. And
it's hard to say what was invented first, Larry.
no, mead
you go
wasn't
back
invented,
to
it's
grape
natural.
So was fruit juice would just naturally sit and ferment. Watermelons. Well,
Now,
naturally,
watermelon will turn to wine.
watermelon will
All
sit in
those.
the sun, and they'll go to the point where they get a fungus. You ever hear of exploding watermelons?
Yeah.
The
I
whole
wouldn't want to be around when the watermelon exploded.
No, I had one blow up in my backyard.
Really?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had a
Thanks,
big patch of watermelon in my backyard in Phoenix, and those are the sweetest, nicest, best watermelon you ever had. And the next year I planted them again, same seed and everything, and I couldn't get them to come out as good.
Well, sometimes that's because it's a hybridized seed. When you make a hybrid, the seed that you get
Yeah,
off,
but I use the same seed.
yeah, but it's not the hybridized version. The cross
Yes, it was.
is better than
I
its
bought
children.
them all at the same time. But I
Oh.
just didn't plant them the first year because I
It
didn't
could've
need them.
Fertilizer in the ground too. Watermelons,
I will-
believe it or not, require a lot of
I'm just
fertilizer.
going to take this sweater off, guys.
Okay,
Here's
Larry.
one that you may not know about watermelons in Africa. Certain places in Africa, the water is not fit to drink because of the arsenic in the water.
Yeah.
They grow watermelons and crush them for water. And if you grow the right watermelon, you can get up to 8 gallons of juice from it.
Wow.
That's the Carolina rattlesnake watermelon that could be up to 200 pounds.
Oh, yeah. I thought the only place they got that big was in Alaska.
You get watermelons that are freaks. You know, when you grow watermelons, I don't care if you're growing crimsons even that are the size of basketballs. Sometimes you get one that's like 2.5, 3 foot around even.
Yeah.
There's always a few freaks that come out of these hybridized seeds. You know, you just never know what you're going to
Right.
get. I've had cantaloupes up to like 8 pounds. They look like basketballs. Cantaloupe's my favorite. And that's another thing. Cantaloupes, muskmelons. You know, sometimes you leave them sit out in the sun too long and they turn into cantaloupe wine, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, all that's why they could never do away with alcohol during Prohibition.
Well,
Too
they
easy
couldn't
to
do
make
away
out.
with it because that's when the mob really grew to prominence too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Prohibition made the mob millions. It would have been billions in today's money, but
Right.
millions back then.
Prohibition in Philadelphia, all the Italian neighborhoods, you're going to tell the Italians they can't make wine? They make it in their bathtub, for Christ's sakes.
They
Yeah.
start drinking it when they're little kids.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
I've drank wine my whole life.
Well, my hometown, we always had, we didn't have speakeasies. We had yelled loudlies because everybody knew where they're at.
Well, we
Yeah.
had Italians.
The
and
cops,
Jews.
everybody, nobody bothered them.
After the Italians, the Jews all had alcohol too. They used to sell it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
All them Concord grapes. Matter of fact,
Remember that I'm going to say, if you look back at the Prohibition, well, you had the Dutch. Well, he wasn't Italian. You had Bugsy Siegel. He was Jewish.
they were all
Al
Jews.
Capone. No, Al Capone was Italian.
Al Capone was Italian, but the New
I'm
York
just saying,
guy,
though, but I'm just saying, though, you had
Meyer Lansky, Jewish.
Yeah. you also had the I'm sure the Irish mob was around during Prohibition.
Well, Joe Kennedy's, that's where he made his money.
Yeah, well, yeah, taking it across the river there from Canada where it was legal, bringing
Yeah.
her across. He was a bootlegger, bringing her across.
Yeah.
That's John F. Kennedy's dad.
Well, they used to bring it into Detroit, right across the Detroit River. It was legal in Windsor, Canada.
Yeah.
That's what I said. They'd go across, get it, bring it across, and make big money. Hey, Liza, how you doing?
Hey,
This
we have
Money
some
Shine?
we have some new
Welcome.
connects entering the chat.
We
Larry.
had Lucy the elephant in Cape May, New Jersey. If they lit the eyes on Lucy and it was green, it was safe to come in with your molasses to make rum. And if it was red, they knew to stay out because the Coast Guard was around.
The good old days.
Oh, there's so much history with alcohol. I live right next to me. They took it off the map. Is the town of Still Hill, Pennsylvania. It goes all the way back to the Civil War, and before that, the Whiskey Rebellion. That's why my neighborhood is famous for moonshine.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I don't know. Maybe you ought to pass down the art of moonshine to somebody. You might not want your kid involved, but maybe you ought to get an apprentice.
Do you know how I got started?
Hmm.
The property I bought, the old man that lived here previous who passed away was in the shine business.
Oh, all the
When
stuff
I
was
got
in
here, I couldn't find a job. Everybody kept showing up in my driveway to buy moonshine. Well,
Brilliant.
guess what? When in Rome, do as the Romans do.
Exactly. You
Yeah.
don't want to lose that customer base. You want to just run
And I
with it.
knew where his still site was in the woods because there was a pipe hammered in between two rocks where the spring water came out.
Wow.
So
Beautiful.
I hammered in a new piece of PVC and I started making shine.
That's a brilliant story, really.
Uh,
I love it.
I'm not, it is. I mean, I'm not proud of it, but what am I going to do?
You
And
do
then
what you got to do.
Then I invented Maple Mountain Mist and Honeydew. Honeydew was first.
Wow.
I added an ounce of clover honey to a 16-ounce jar of shine. Everybody else does like apple pie and patricia apple. I added honey, and honeydew was first. But I can't get honey this time of year. Oftentimes they're sold out. But it's maple season. So I started adding an ounce of maple syrup, dark amber maple syrup, and thus Maple Mountain Mist was born. There's a guy out here called Moonshine Mine. He legally makes moonshine. My product was so popular. I'm in his bar eating lunch one day, and somebody pointed me out to him, and I see two guys whispering in the corner. I thought to myself, "Oh no, here we go."
FBI.
He comes over with my ball blue mason jar, and it's like a quarter full. He said, "This is yours." I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "I know who you are." I was like, "Who are you?" He says, "I'm the owner of this place. You're a legend." I said, I didn't want to be a legend. He said, "You're locally famous, dude." Because I do two things with my product that nobody else does. I put a shrink collar on the top of my jars and heat shrink them. So you can tell if it's been tampered with.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You buy my product, it's as clean as anything you'll get on the street. I don't use no crazy car radiators. I don't use anything. I filter my shine. My shine is pure and made with spring water, not creek water.
Oh, that's great, man.
I make a really healthy, faint
FDA approved. FDA approved, Mac Daddy.
I could almost. Well, my stuff is that clean. I'm not selling. I don't want to sell something to get sick on.
Hey, you don't want to kill anybody. That's not the point of it. The point is to make money, not kill people off.
Well, if you kill them, you're killing your customers. That's no good.
That's no good.
Here, you want one better? There's a covered bridge up the road from me.
Is it haunted?
No, but it's filled.
Mm-hmm.
I go underneath the bridge and I put jars of shine, and I put like 4 or 5 jars under there.
Wow.
And then there's a cigar box. If you take a jar of shine, you leave me a $20 bill.
Oh, that's a great way of doing it.
Well, I never have to meet anybody, and I won't say I've never been ripped off, but I've only been ripped off like once or twice.
Now the honor system works. The honor system
works. Yes, it
does. Yep.
And that's why I said I don't want my kid in the shine business, because my kid will go up there and restock the bridge sometime.
Mm-hmm.
But he's only 16 years old. I don't want him in the business.
Oh man.
That
would be bad if they're staking your place out one day and your kid happens to be going in there.
Well, I got a trick. I don't have to. Everybody who makes moonshine, and I won't mention any names, makes overburden. They have too much that they don't jar up or use.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to sell it off as like, some other product. They're supposed to dye it and sell it.
Mm-hmm.
What if you just sold it to a guy down the road who makes shine and sold him a 25-gallon jug here and there?
Oh, sure, that would be great. They'd love it.
You goddamn right, I love it. I don't have to go out and make shine. I get it
Right.
for a little cheaper than what it would cost me to produce, and I can just have the flavor, enjoy my product, and I'm selling quality stuff. The only
Grand idea.
the only person that loses out is the local Agway. Our local Agway, because of me, carries yeast and sugar, so I don't have to go to Walmart and buy my sugar and stuff. I can buy it right at Agway.
Hey, you're living the American dream, Mac Daddy.
Yeah, you would think so, but
Yeah.
let me tell you something. It's a hard business like anything else.
Yeah.
Nothing good comes easy. People watch me make money. They're like, "Oh, you make all this money." I'm also looking over my shoulder, ducking my head, making my way, taking care of my neighbors. The lady down the street has a bunch of kids and no husband.
Mm.
I make sure that she has.
That's good. That's the way that that's the way you should be handling it, I think.
Well, I buy her kids sneakers. I send down hams like for Easter and holidays, and
Good for you.
I take care of the people around me because I live in a very poor area,
Mm-hmm.
and I live so far back up this hill here, and everybody else back here is doing crazy shit. They're all selling heroin back here and crystal meth.
Oh, jeez.
It's a mess.
Don't get involved in that.
I don't.
Yeah.
You would think I'm public enemy, and they're not. They had a guy out here hunting me last year. Guy was coming to the local bar trying to buy shine. I don't sell liquor in a licensed establishment. I don't take it in there. I might have it in my car, but I don't carry it in the door, and I don't sell it in their parking lot. Just out of respect, And the guy was in there looking for me. He comes in dressed as a painter. And, he walks up and he's like looking to buy stuff. And, hey, yo, can you get me some? Somewhat, buddy, is everybody's asking. He's offering you. The guy doesn't smoke hardly, but he's offering you a cigarette all the time. He's a painter. I would like to know how he could paint and don't have paint on his shoes.
Oh, you're a keen observer.
Oh, he's dressed as a painter, but he has paint on his outer clothing, and he don't have paint on his shoes. How'd you do that, buddy? And he stuck out like a sore thumb. Everybody knew who he was.
He's either the tax man, or he's the FBI, or he's drug and alcohol enforcement.
Yeah, he was ATF or
ATF or something
what
like
was
that.
funny was people in the bar used to like to piss him off. And he'd get all mad, red in the face. He'd never fight. Because he ain't allowed to pick a fist fight. He's Johnny Law. Oh, it was so funny.
Really, you're when I hear you talk, I just get so excited, because I'd like to see you, and I want to do it myself here in the Philippines. I want to start. I want to build a brick oven, and I want to start making pizzas and selling them out of our house.
Well,
I'll have to come visit you, Dan.
Yeah,
you can make a lot of dough, but I mean, not money. I mean, you can make dough by hand. When I make pizza at home, I'll take like 5 pounds of flour or better, and I just got a big stainless steel bowl that I start mixing it in, and I make a simple dough. It's just salt, water, oil, and yeast.
Mm-hmm.
And I use an instant yeast. I mix it up in the water. I add a handful of sugar to it or honey. So the yeast has something to feed on.
Right, get it going.
Exactly. 10 minutes later, when it's going, that's when I sit down and start mixing my dough.
Man, That's great. You're giving me ideas. I don't want to steal your ideas, but
Go ahead. And I can even there's recipes online how to make your tandoori oven. You can use
I saw that. I saw that. It's on YouTube.
yes, you can use an exercise ball on a piece of plywood and just stucco over it. And the best thing to make is aircrete for your oven, not concrete. And the reason why I say aircrete because it's more insulated and it'll hold up to the fire better.
You mean that stuff that has the foam injection in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff. I don't know if we can get that here in the Philippines, but I love the idea. You just take an exercise ball.
You make your own foam. You make it out of Dawn dishwashing
like
liquid.
paper mache. It's like paper mache.
Well, it's shaving cream and concrete essentially. You need an air compressor, and you make a foam machine. And I got to tell you this about the Philippines. They should be building monolithic aircrete dome homes because they're super insulated for air conditioning.
Yeah. Oh, I love this idea. I really
But
do.
they won't blow away, and your roof won't blow off because you don't have a roof in the typhoon.
Right.
It's the safest way to do it.
If you make it round, when the wind hits it, all it does is go
Right.
over
Not
the top.
only that, you can fire a 2x4 out at 150 mile an hour, and it won't go through. All you need is some rebar, and you got rebar in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
That's my dream in the Philippines. If I ever build a home there, I'll build a aircrete dome home.
I looked into it. I actually it's a nightmare trying to import the stuff that you need in order to build that kind of house.
No, it's
Most
not.
of the stuff has to come. It has to come from India.
What do you
I
have
was
to
gonna
bring in?
I was going to buy the pre-made foam-filled blocks, and I was going to do it that way.
No. Here's who you got to go look up on YouTube. You got a pen?
Yeah.
It's Hajar Habran. He's an Indian guy, and he does look up aircrete dome homes and the Jabran Center. And you know, you make your molds out of like just regular wood, and you make these big diamond, like 3-sided triangle shaped pieces. And you just need some rebar, and you make your concrete aircrete mixture up, and you can lay it up with a pool trowel. You don't need special tools. He has one that he makes out of a cordless drill or a corded drill with a mixer, and it's called the Dragon. It's made out of PVC pipe, a couple pieces of metal like a paint mixer, and he runs it, and it literally puts the water and foam in one side with the concrete, and out the other side comes the concrete mixture. But you can really just mix it with a paint mix bar with a longer bar extended to it and a 1/2-inch drill and a 55-gallon plastic drum. You need sand, which if you buy the right property in the Philippines, you already have your sand. And you just mix it with some concrete and foam.
Yeah, actually, you're right about that. There's sand all over the place.
That's how I did it when I was in Florida.
Now, hold up a minute.
Setting our hollow block.
Dan, hold up a minute.
Hollow block.
Hold up, Mac, just a second. Tim's saying Buckminster 4 and his geodesic, however you pronounce it, dome. So I think it's connected to what you guys are talking about. You can't see it, that's why I'm saying. But Dan, if you look at the chat, Tim's got something to say about that.
Well, the dome home, the geolithic dome, and the aircrete. You don't have to have hollow because you're mixing your own stuff.
Right, and it's strong because it's got the circular. It's got the.
Well, here's something else that you don't understand about aircrete. Till you make it, it floats. But because you have all the foam in it and it's expanded, you can cut it with a handsaw.
Mac, I got a question for you, Mac.
Yeah.
Now, does it have to be in a dome? Can you just do it like block, like you're going to do a regular house with walls and?
You could pour walls and sit and stand them up, or you can do it. But the reason why you do a dome is because a dome gives you other protection. You don't need a roof because you got a dome. You just coat it with a hard shell of concrete.
The wind doesn't have anything to pick up. The wind just goes over the top.
And you can make circular.
I'm just questioning, you know.
No, I know.
Yeah, no, I see the benefit in that shape. In that shape, it's kind of weird, you know, that we didn't build that way from the beginning of time. It's kind of strange.
Did.
Oh, we did?
Sure, we did.
No, we lived in caves.
Well, here's one that'll blow your mind. Everybody thinks the Egyptians built the pyramids.
Aliens built it?
The Egyptians did not build the pyramids. They remodeled it. They were already there. They came across them and they remodeled them. Because you can't tell me that those Egyptians set those size of stones and blocks every 22 minutes for 20 years. They didn't do it. There's so many things about the pyramids that the Egyptians did not have the technology to do. You know, the pyramids are so aligned to magnetic north that even if you wanted to set them buildings today, we can't set them that accurate. We'll still be off a few degrees, always. Those buildings are perfectly aligned. All the algebra,
geometry. I think a pyramid-shaped building would also work. The same as
it would, but a dome's easy.
Same as a geodesic dome. It doesn't have any.
Nothing to grab.
Yeah, it doesn't grab anywhere.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but a dome's a good way to go because what you need is a MIG welder or a stick welder, and you can get those in the Philippines.
Yeah, I got one.
You can bend the rebar.
Yeah,
easily enough. You hammer one end in the ground, you bend it, bring it over to the top, and you just start laying the aircrete against it. And then you can go in from the inside and finish it with a pool trowel. And you don't need fancy tools. Wait till you go on YouTube and see them building these aircrete dome homes.
I'm going to do it. I'm very interested in that. I'm going to go take a look. Sean Tuber just stepped into the room here.
It'll
hey,
blow.
Sean, how are you?
Hey,
No,
Sean, welcome to the channel.
Another thing is for windows and everything.
You cut them, right? You cut them out?
Now, Sean, if you want to come up, come on up. Anybody who wants to come up can come up.
And again, if you got your welder, you can bend channel and stuff and make your own window.
Right. I want to try it, man. I don't know why, but that intrigues me. I think I want to try it.
Well, they put 2 or 3 domes together and they put passages between them.
I'm going to build a model. I'm going to build that pizza oven, and I'm going to use that as the prototype.
Wait till you build the pizza oven and start doing pizza.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
You'll blow them away in the Philippines. And you can get good mozzarella in the Philippines because them Carabels, you should be able to get buffalo mozz and stuff.
Yeah,
mozzarella.
Hold on. Sean, I don't know if you've been here before, but if you type in LLL only, just type in LLL, it will drop. No, it's got to be 3 L's. It will drop your link for you, my Nightbot. And if you want to come up and talk with us, come on up.
Hot milk and lemon juice makes mozzarella, basically.
Well, the whole thing is that Carabao cheese. I'm not a fan of it.
No good.
Nah, it's disgusting. It needs some work. I don't know what it needs, but if you got a recipe for that, send that to me.
Well, you can look. Well, again, I get everything from YouTube.
Yeah.
You can make YouTube, everything. I don't miss with YouTube.
Because they fake it here. The pizza, they make lousy pizza here. I gotta tell you, it is absolutely disgusting.
I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, if you can make the dough and get the cheese thing handled, I mean, I would become a multi-peso millionaire overnight. Oh, wait a minute. I already am a multi-peso millionaire. Well, anyway, I can make more money, you know?
Well, I'm ready to come to the Philippines.
Enjoy your burrito there, son.
I understand Yellow Cab Pizza is the best in the Philippines.
Well, you know, I haven't had Yellow Cab yet, but I've heard that also.
They're in the
I've
mall.
had Shakey's, I've had Sparrow, I've had
Sbarro should be okay. Shaky.
Pizza Hut. Sparrow was okay, yeah. They were
We
okay.
got Sbarros here in the States.
You know,
Yeah.
I make all the different kinds of pizza. I make New York hand tossed. I make Greek pizza. You know, Greeks are the originators of pizza, believe it or not. And I bake Greek pizzas baked on a steel pan, which was a
But
Roman
here in
battle.
Bye, it's disgusting. The pizza, the stuff that they sell to you that they call pizza. I mean, they use a pre-frozen shell, and they put whatever that disgusting make-believe cheese is on there. I mean, paraffin wax would be tastier than the cheese they use here. I got to be honest with you.
Well,
I
that's
mean-
all. Can you get the ingredients? Can you source the ingredients to
Yes,
make pizza?
yeah, because we have Metromart. You'd have to buy retail because there aren't any wholesales that would import it for you. But there's Metromart here in Bye City.
Well,
I can
in
make
Bye
it
Bye
happen.
City, you would have you'd have the expats who would pay for a good pizza. I'm sure.
They would kill for a good pizza. There's a guy over there making a hamburger that tastes like an American hamburger. He's over there getting rich, but he's charging too much money for it.
Is that the
of course,
guy that?
he can
is
get
that
the
the
money
guy that's-
for it because he's the only game in town.
Is that the guy that's outside of Dumagetti there?
That's a guy
Buy one or
that's
something like that.
no, he's here in Bye City. He has a
Oh,
hamburger place.
Well,
Yeah, it's called Izzy Burger. Izzy's.
I want to say
IZZ.
there's more than one. There's more than one decent burger place in Dumagetti, isn't there?
I'm sure there's a ton of them.
I
I
got
said good. I said good.
You know what I have? I have the Philadelphia cheesesteak.
Oh my God! If there was such an animal here, you would
And
just
Here's another part of the secret. The same dough that you make the pizza with is what you make your steak sandwich rolls with.
see. That's the thing. The thing is, we have a place here. It's called Burger Station. It kicks ass on Jollibee because the bread is fresh. You see, they're making the bread fresh every morning. You
Yeah.
can stuff any kind of meat you want in between them buns, and it's going to taste delicious.
Well, see,
Oh,
that's the whole thing in Philadelphia that in Western PA, I can't do it here. I'm from the Philadelphia region. So I know what real Italian bread and rolls are.
Right. You get
And
that
out-
down, and you got a winner.
Well, here's the problem with bread. Everybody out here where I live in Western Pennsylvania puts bread in a plastic bag. Bread is a living animal. And when you put bread in a plastic bag, you suffocate it. It dies.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Wow.
doesn't have that crispy crust. You know, when you get that crust on the bread, it's like the texture.
Oh, that would be sinful to put it in a plastic bag. I would never do it. As a
And you
baker,
put it in a bag, you lose the crust.
yeah, I would never
Well-
do it. Not in a million years.
I
Now,
know.
what?
But
uh,
except for this, you could take those Hawaiian buns and use those for sliders, and it
Yeah.
would taste delicious.
Yes, they
Now,
would.
Sure.
you're talking about the bread now. Tops
Yeah, those breads,
is-
those Hawaiian bread or
Yeah,
whatever
but
it is.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Tops, which is out
The
of
soft roll.
Buffalo. Tops is out of Buffalo. It's a grocery store. Their
Yeah.
bakery, when they bake their bread, they put it in like a paper bag, almost like with a plastic, so you can see through the plastic and see what you have.
Right. The
With the
paper
paper-
bag, though, allows the bread to stay fresh.
I
If you
know,
put it
and
in
it's much better. It is.
Yeah.
It's much better.
Tim,
They
next
also-
week I'm in Angeles City. We're going to go to Dee Dee's Pizza.
Well, I'm gonna bring pizza to the world. I'm trying to source enough money right now to set up here where I'm living.
You know
Is-
what? Let's do a 2 locations, one in Bye City and one in your neck of the woods.
Well, I want to go to Bohol. and do Taliban, and Bye Bye
Uh-huh.
City will be fine. I'll come to Bye Bye City and do pizza. I can
No,
make
Dan,
my dough
I
by
think Dan wants to make the pizza and bye.
We'll start a franchise, bro. We'll start a
Yeah.
dealership.
yeah, of course. Teach
Yeah.
them how to all do it, and
That's
sit
right.
back. And we get 10%. That's all.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it because I don't want to work when I retire.
No, no one's working. I wasn't saying I was going to work.
Yeah,
That's
but you gotta
the
watch.
manager.
You,
I'm the
you
manager.
Gotta, yeah, but you gotta watch and make sure they're doing it right.
Well,
Well,
that's
Otherwise it costs
when
you
you
yeah,
less money.
I understand how all that works, so I'll probably build that myself. But
Colonel Sanders used to pop his head in and make sure they got the gravy right at Kentucky Fried.
I know. Hey, you just brought up something. I just want to talk about briefly since we're talking about food. KFC in Southeast Asia is the bomb. It is the best chicken that I have ever eaten, but it ain't in the USA. I could tell you that. They got operational problems in the United States. You go to
Yeah,
Asia,
KFC has really gone
Yeah.
downhill.
I
I
got a
mean,
secret. I got KFC's secret, and I know a secret of fried chicken.
well, I'll tell you
can I-
what.
Can I enlighten you?
Yeah.
Don't use wheat flour to make chicken. Use rice flour.
Oh, they got plenty of that here.
Right,
They got
but it
plenty of
doesn't.
rice flour
Right,
here.
but listen to this. It
Yeah.
doesn't soak up the oil, and it gets extra crispy. The
You know
other
what?
thing is you need to take celery and dry it and grind it into a powder, or buy celery powder, not celery salt, celery powder. Celery powder and black pepper is the big flavors in fried chicken.
Man, I hope KFC don't sue you.
Think about what you're tasting though when you bite into that chicken. You got that celery onion powder flavor. And it's black pepper on top of it. And the extra crispy KFC chicken has more rice flour. That's why it's
Listen, you can't shortcut chicken, and that's what KFC is doing in the States.
Yeah,
I know.
I
They're
think some of them
killing
are.
their
Yeah.
business. They're killing their business. You
all
got
the chicken places here have.
And then whip the chicken
You got to get rid of those deep fryers, and you got to go to the pressure cooker, the way we used to do it in the olden days.
the pressure fryer. You need a
The
Henny
pressure
Penny
fryer.
pressure fryer.
You got to get rid of those open fryers.
No, you got to know how to turn them down.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The oven fryer is good for your fries.
Everybody turns the fryer up too high,
Because they need to cook it fast. That's the reason, but
but you don't want to cook it fast.
they
you
got
need
to.
to cook-
It's
you
killing
gotta
their business. Whatever they're doing at KFC.
Well, they're burning the
killing their business.
outside. You're burning the coating that you put on there because you're cooking it too fast, and the
Right.
chicken's not getting done inside.
And here's
So when
the
it
other
does
thing.
get done,
You got
it's
to
overcooked.
filter that oil. You got to filter that oil.
The oil's got to be filtered at least once or twice a day. You need a fryer
least
that has a
once or
filter
twice.
on.
Because if you don't, you're going to kill that taste. You're going to kill the taste.
Well, what you have is an incinerated protein in the oil. Another
Yeah.
trick for making good fried chicken is bake the chicken before you fry it, pre-cooked.
What? Another secret. Another $1 million secret.
Honey dip chicken, some of the best chicken that you'll buy frozen in the United States.
You
It's
know
a-
what? I think
it's
you're
a
right
pure
about that. It makes sense to me. You got to bake it before you fry it.
Well, when you bake it, you drop all the grease and fat and protein off the
Now
chicken.
I'm going into the
that would
pizza
wind up
and
in
the
the
chicken
fryer.
business. Now I'm going to go into the pizza and chicken business because you could use that oven, that tandoori oven. You can
Yeah.
use that for baking the chicken too.
Well, I got a way to bake chicken. You make shake and bake. You take your breadcrumbs and you add butter to them, and you dip your chicken in egg wash and then roll it in there, and the oil is already in the breading. That's the whole secret to shake and
Well,
bake.
let me ask you a question. Why don't you cook chicken? Can you cook the chicken in pig fat? Because we got pig fat everywhere.
Yes, why can't you?
Yeah,
That would
see,
be
so
better.
forget all that cholesterol
That would be
crap
way
that's going
better.
on
Or
here.
you can cook them in palm oil or peanut oil. You got enough of that too. Peanut oil
Yeah,
is real
we
high
got sure we do. Of course, we got coconut everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm
You
telling
chicken
you.
and coconut oil.
Yes.
Using the pig fat would be the best.
Well, pig fat will give it a good flavor. And all
They
the
won't
Chinese,
let you. They
all the
won't let you cook it in pig fat, though. That's the problem.
They won't.
And they got all these laws going on. You know,
who?
they got the whole cholesterol thing. The fast food franchises are restricted. They can't use lard.
What, in the Philippines?
Yeah, they'll sue them. No, they can use it in the Philippines. You can't use it here in the U.S.
Yes, you can.
You can, but not the fast food chains. They're
Yes.
restricted.
No, they're not. You know, as a matter of fact, do you know what they put on French fries that's worse than lard?
Salt, probably.
Clear coat.
Oh
What?
yeah.
I never heard of that.
Clear coat oil. It's a hydrogenated oil
They spray it on there?
that they cook the fries in before you get them out of the freezer.
Oh, hell no. I'd never
And,
give somebody
well,
food
wait a
like
minute.
that.
This hydrogenated clear coat oil is like super cholesterol.
No, I never would give a customer
It
crap like
blocks
that.
the French fry from soaking up oil in the deep fryer. That's why
The
they use
problem, hey Ed, the
Yeah.
problem with hydrogenized vegetable oil is
Right, that's what
that
I'm
it
talking
raises. It has nothing to do with the cholesterol. It
about.
raises
Okay,
the
so it's
omega-6.
hydrogenized oil.
It
and
raises the
has
omega-6
chemicals.
fatty acids to
Right.
like 20-1 over omega-3s.
Yes.
And that
Kills
is
you.
very
Kills you,
inflammatory.
right? It kills
What?
you off,
Well,
right?
it can.
It's
It's
super
really light.
cholesterol.
It's
See,
not
it's making,
cholesterol at all.
well, you're making a French fry that is so bad for you. You couldn't invent that French fry at home because you wouldn't have hydrogenated oil.
Hey, you want to lose weight real fast, Larry? You want to lose
What's that?
weight real fast?
What's that?
Don't drink soda or sugared drinks.
I don't
Yeah.
drink sugar drinks.
Don't
drink
artificially sugar drinks too.
sugar free either, because there are chemicals in there that you got to go keto. You got to go keto, and so whatever I'm cooking has got to be keto friendly.
Yes, you're exactly right.
And that's low carb, high fat, high protein.
And go low salt too while you're at it, so you don't
You-
maintain water.
You don't have to worry about the salt.
And then you move to the Philippines, it will add 20 years to your life.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm ready to do the pizza thing. I even got a way to make pizza that I don't have to hand toss it. It's called a
Well,
pizza press. You
Well,
put
like
your
I said,
dough
you
on the
know why
press
I
and pull
can't
the
do it
handle
yet.
to
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
we
know. I
understand, Larry.
appreciate that.
And you have like I said, a unique situation.
But your mom ain't keeping you from losing a few pounds.
Oh,
Yes, she is.
no, she's not.
I blame my mother for everything.
She
Okay.
ain't cooking for you no more, bro. She isn't cooking for you no more. But listen. Mac Daddy is getting me really excited about this pizza idea. I'm telling you.
I'm going to tell you about cooking now. When my dad went on total disability back in the mid '60s, my mom went back to work. Now I'm about 10 years old, maybe 11, and I had to start helping around the house. And one of the jobs was cooking. Now I didn't cook every night. There's 7 kids. Okay. First, I had to help with dishes because, like I said, my mom was working. And then it was like, all right, you're going to take your turn cooking. And I would just cook sandwiches and green beans, because that's, as a kid, I didn't know what else to cook. And I eventually got where I was cooking pork chops and I can make a lasagna now and all that good stuff. But that's why how I learned to cook was cooking for the family. Taking my turn. My sisters all cooked. When I said something about that was a girl's job, my mom says, "Well, son, if you're going to be single, because I always said I was never getting married, you're going to have to know how to cook, or you're going to get a job that pays real good where you can afford to eat out every day. And until you do, you got to know how to cook." I said, "Well, then I'll get married." My mom said, "Well, son, if you get married, what happens when your wife's sick? You're going to have to know how to cook to help her out." I learned how to cook.
I got a trick for you with pizza too. and everybody misses it. And it's just one of the big secrets to Philadelphia and New York pizza. You ready?
What's that?
You got to top spice your pizza. Every pizza maker in the Philadelphia region and New York region has a little cup size, little bowl size of oregano and fennel seed and a little bit of garlic or whatever else the pizza man puts in there. But the fennel seed on top the pizza in the cheese, and not a lot of them, just a couple. It has a licorice flavor. And when you're eating that pizza and you bite into that fennel seed, that licorice flavor goes in with the cheese into your mouth, and it is like heaven.
Wow, it sounds really yummy. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it does.
It makes me want to go out and get a pizza right now, but I can't because I don't have pizza here.
I'm telling you, later on this year, I found a place in Davidsville, Pennsylvania I can rent for $300 a month. And it was a pizza place for 20 years till the guy left, and they totally remodeled it. And I'm going to walk back in the door and open up a pizza place.
Oh man, that'll be nice.
Yeah, well.
And there's a pizza guy down the street, but
You can sell shine out the back door. Just hand people a card inside the pizza. It says
I don't even. Well, I got a trick. I could be really facetious.
Yeah.
We did this to Domino's Pizza for years, and we put a Domino's Pizza guy in Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, out of business. We used to go in their trash every night after they closed, and take. You'll love this one, and take the pie maker's bag. And every slip, because Domino's was heavy delivery, had the family's name and address on it, and we'd mail them coupons.
Oh.
I hurt their business to the point where eventually they went under. We would take their bag every night. I'd give it to my buddy. We'd go through the trash, get all these pie maker's slips off the pie maker's bench. And we always knew his bag because of the way he tied it. So I didn't even have to dig through the dumpster too hard.
Oh, they figured out what you were doing though, right?
Well, today they do it differently.
Yeah.
They don't have the slip.
Oh, that's the American way. The way you did it, that's the American way, man.
This was the 80s, man. I would dumpster dive.
Yeah, the way you build a business now is to grab somebody's email address. That's how you do it.
Well, I'm telling you,
Hey, Rose, welcome.
For example, I was thinking about this.
I think outside the box.
Yeah, if you want to have a contest, right? If you want to have a contest on YouTube, you have to submit your email address. You have to PM your email address, right? And you select your winners out of those email addresses.
And you got
And then
everybody.
later on, you start hammering them with offers, offers to buy this, offers to buy that.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Back to your pizza, though, to make it in the Philippines. I can give you a simple recipe that you could make it from 3 cups to 300. There's a whole thing on Dough College on YouTube.
Dough College, got it.
Pizza Today magazine is a big pizza magazine, and they tell you how to do everything. But when you make pizza dough, you do it by 100% scale. You do it all by weight. And you can make it any
Hey,
size,
Monroe.
you never miss.
Monroe, if you want to come up, just hit the link and come on up.
Yeah, we're talking pizza today. Thrilling, exciting.
Pizza in the Philippines.
Pizza in the Philippines.
Well, Monroe's life in North Carolina, he just got back not too long ago from the Philippines visiting with his fiance.
They just shot the balloon down in North Carolina.
Yeah. Right outside of North Carolina.
Yeah, I caught it on.
Yeah, now the question is, will this be the start of World War III?
World War III already started.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't think
Right
so.
now it's just maneuvering into the best positions.
And then also here's the other thing, right? They're opening up all the bases in the Philippines again to U.S. personnel,
Yeah.
which means that the economy is going to be booming. It's going to be like boom days here again in
All
the
right, Rose.
Philippines. Tim, you couldn't be in a better place than where you're at now, Tim.
Well, what I want to do is I want to come get my girlfriend and fiance out of the Philippines and bring her back to the States.
Well, actually, you'd be better off if you
Better
wanna know
do that
truth
before
going
the
to
states
Philippines.
ain't there no more.
What was that?
Better be doing that before the states ain't there no more.
Yeah.
I think the States will always be here.
I don't know, man. I don't know. People are getting antsy.
We got a lot of guns.
Well, it's not only that, is that some of the states will act independently once this thing gets going.
Well, I live in the
some will
hills.
surrender.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Where
Right.
I live, and pardon my language, but we're goddamn hillbillies, and we'll
Yeah.
survive. It's a
Well-
little different here where I live because it's all valleys and hills. There ain't no
Well-
flat land.
I'm going to tell you the
Gotcha.
truth. Most of the Midwest, and I'm going to say even the Mid-East, a lot of the Mid-East, which is where you're at, you're Mid-East, I think, will fight.
I'm
If you
Western
get-
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but that's to me that's Mid-East. But you take the Eastern Coast where I'm at, a lot of these suckers will just say, "We're done. We quit."
I don't know.
Oh.
You ain't ever been to Philly, Larry.
Huh?
I said that tells me you've never been to Philly.
Yeah,
I've been to
Philly.
Philly. I've been to Philly.
Philly.
I've been to Pittsburgh. All of them.
Well,
I
they're
said that you-
goddamn tough in Philly.
Philadelphia.
like I said, I didn't say you. I said the East where I'm at. You're not East.
Yeah.
You're Mid-East.
Yeah.
The middle. You're
I
not
am-
Midwest. And you're, in my opinion, you're not Midwest.
Well, I'm not Midwest. I'm east of Pittsburgh.
But
Yeah,
I
but-
think you made a good point, Mac Daddy, and that is that the hillbilly mentality will survive. You see, that's the whole thing.
Like I said, you're part of the country. The Midwest, and even some of the we can't go west, but the mountain area or the like Texas, New Mexico, Montana, that area there, they'll all fight.
Hey, I
They're not-
apologize. This went sideways. What about the calzone?
Yeah.
What about the calzone?
I make the best calzone, and I put ingredients in that nobody else does unless you're from Philadelphia. I make a cheesesteak calzone with fried onions and roasted red peppers.
Hey, Robert,
That's
we
Sounds
got,
interesting.
we
Oh,
got
that
Robert.
That sounds
We got-
keto enough to me.
And then
Hey,
when
everybody.
it comes out of the oven,
Hey, Robert.
There's
I
Robert
put a little
Mindenau's here.
and I pour the sauce in and shake it a little bit.
Robert's here from Mindanao.
Yeah,
Yeah. Rose is here.
yeah. Rose is here.
Hey, we're talking Philippines.
Jack,
We're talking Philippines pizza.
now Rose is Thailand.
Oh, Rose, you're in Thailand. Just came from there.
She does things on Thai trains. She'll go to a station and she does some videos on that.
I think
Yeah,
I've
you're
caught
over
one
there.
or two videos of Rose's. I think I know.
I've caught a few of hers.
Yeah, I think I know who Rose is.
You got to look at pizza though. Like you got it right. Brick oven. You know, you're there.
Now, hey guys, anybody that wants to come up, the link at the top of the page there, it's got the StreamYard link. You can type on that and come on up. I'll get you in the link. I can handle a lot more than what we got.
I have another trick for pizza too. You make your dough the day before and keep it in the refrigerator overnight
Oh yeah, that's what gives it its flavor.
because it
Bob.
ferments and it gets that flavor. It also equalizes.
But
All the
let
moisture
me ask you a
content.
question, right? Where they say it's the water, it's the water. You know,
It
what do
is
you have
the
to say
water.
about that?
It really is.
Well, then I'm screwed because we ain't got no water here. We ain't got.
You can buy
got-
spring water, can't you?
no,
Yeah, I
you-
mean, you got to do something with the water. I'm not sure exactly.
you
Buy
don't-
purified
you don't-
water. You're good.
You can buy purified water.
Purified, yeah, you can.
That's all you need.
But that would
That's your
drive the
money.
cost of the pizza up, right?
Not by much.
Yeah, because the water there is not that expensive compared to go buy a bottle of water here.
And one of the things you guys
I
definitely
think you
have
make
that
a good point there, Larry. Water is becoming like
a commodity.
yeah, water is becoming very expensive. They're going to use that as the new economy. You know, instead of
Here's
it being based on the petrodollar, the U.S. economy is going to be based on Aerospring.
Here's another
water.
You
With-
want to know what's going to happen with water? We're
With-
going to run the oceans. Is what we're going to do with water.
Yeah,
They're going to all these places that need water are going to build these desaline plants.
like San
desalination
Diego.
plants is what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
Thank
those
you.
things.
Desalination, like San Diego.
It's
Yeah.
very expensive to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
very
yeah, if you
It'll
need
get
water, they're
cheaper,
doing.
though.
There's places doing it right
Yeah.
now. There's places
And
doing
it's
it,
going to get cheaper because of the more
and it's
people
gonna
know.
yeah.
It's
The
cheaper
more
to
people
purify sewer water than desalinize.
That's
They're
true.
desalinizing-
I don't think that's true.
Yeah,
You
I
got
think it's
people.
In
you
Florida,
got people.
they'll
You
be
got
bringing
people here in the states. You got people over in the Mid East. They're desalination water,
yeah, they're
and you're
experts
gonna
in it.
Yeah,
and
They're
they're gonna do
experts
they're
in
gonna do
building that
more and
plant.
more of it. Now you'll get a lot of sea salt out of it, but eventually you take all that salt out of the ocean. It's going to be, now it may be slow enough that the mammals and the fishes in the sea can adjust, but it may not be.
there'll always be plenty of salt there. Here's something
Yeah.
else too with sea salt. I wanted to mention
You're only taking the salt out of the portion that you take
you need
out.
a handful of sea salt in your pizza dough.
But I'm just saying, though, you keep taking out.
Wait,
taking
say
out-
that again. Say
You
that
need,
again.
you need a handful of sea salt in your pizza dough. Some
Well, why
sea-
not just use salt water like in the dough?
It'll kill the yeast. The salt kills the yeast.
Of course it will. Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
It'll kill the yeast. That's right.
Salt's the last thing you add.
Right.
You add your oil before the salt.
Yeah, Mac
That's
Daddy's
another thing
schooling me on the pizza thing. I'm telling you.
You
Yeah,
brush
you-
your dough with oil to keep it from drying out.
Right. Olive
but
oil.
you-
Dough College on YouTube.
Do I use olive oil?
You don't have to.
Yeah. Anything?
Just about any oil will work. Olive oil's expensive.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want the vegetable seed oils because they're all
Especially
bad for
here,
you.
olive
For a
oil.
little
is,
bit of oil you
three
use, it
times.
don't matter. You can use soy oil, peanut oil.
But that's all high omega-6, and soy is highly estrogenic.
Hey, so Larry, let me ask you a question.
not
Larry, you say you cook a lot at home, right?
I used to. I don't where I'm at. I still cook, but I don't
6
do
eggs a
the.
day, brother. 6 eggs a day, and you'll stop dropping poundage like crazy. Hey,
But,
trust me on this. 6
You got
eggs
a
a
point.
day.
You definitely got a point, Dan.
Yeah.
High protein, yes. Low
I
carb.
cook. I eat at home, at least for supper, at least 6 days a week. I cook my own food.
Yeah.
I mean, if you map this out, 6 eggs a day would be way cheaper than buying them protein drink things.
Well, Larry's killing himself calorically. He's got to weigh his food, if nothing else.
Well, no, I think it's
He really does.
has to do with the chemicals in the food. That's what I think.
Part of mine is calories. I'll give you that. Part of mine is
It all is.
no, it's not. I
Absolutely.
have no. I'm sorry, Ed. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
What happened?
I have thyroid problems. I take thyroid medication,
Okay, that's another thing to look at.
so that affects how easy or how
Hey, when
I can
was
gain
your
weight or
last
how I can
thyroid
lose
test?
weight.
When was
And
your
what-
last thyroid functions test?
About a couple of months ago.
Listen, always follow your doctor's orders. I'm a fan of
Yeah,
that.
that-
Also,
When-
even though I
when's
don't
the
go to
last
the
time
doctor.
that
Every,
You
Every
bought a
time
scale
I-
and weighed your food.
every time I go to the get blood work done, every time they check my thyroids.
Oh,
They want to
okay.
know the VA checks my thyroids every
The
time.
reason why I
Well,
ask
they,
is
they
because
already got
that
you known as
medication-
being having a
prescription-
problem, so they're going to check it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
well
but-
I'm telling. They're the ones that discovered it and started giving me the medicine for it.
Right. It's kind of rare
And
for
I
a
was-
man to have thyroid issues, but it's starting to show up a lot. But
Yeah.
Here's the whole
It
thing.
runs in my family. Thyroid is running in my family.
You gotta go to a doctor supervised keto diet, and then have that thyroid checked regularly so that they make sure that you're not taking too much medication or not enough to activate that thyroid.
Right.
Well, like I said, but see, my older brother had thyroids. He was 20. He had what they call hyperreactive thyroids.
Yeah.
That's speeding without the aid of speed. He could eat a 7-course meal and lose weight. And they discovered that when he was 22. He'd already had it for a while. So he was about 21, I guess, when he came down with it.
Wow.
And we were in the Philippines when they discovered it.
Wow.
And so they sent him back to Balboa in San Diego, the Navy hospital there. And they put him on iodine treatment, which straightened out his thyroids for about 2 years, maybe 3 years. And then it went the other way, and his thyroids was completely done. They were dead. And he was on thyroids, but it just medicine the rest of his life. I got a younger sister who's, like I said, my younger sister, she has thyroid problems. So thyroid's running my family. Now, I didn't come down with thyroid problems until I was in my 50s, or late 50s, actually. So at least that's when it was discovered. I was in my 50s. And there was times before that, they said, well, your thyroids are off a little bit. Come back and we'll check them again. Then they'd be normal. So mine was going up and down for a while. And then finally they just went down and I had to start taking medication. But you're right. Like I said, part of my problem is calorie intake. Part of it's my thyroid, and part of it's because I'm a lazy asshole.
Well, I think a lot of it is the chemicals they're putting in the processed foods. And so,
yeah. I'm just saying, I don't get out and move enough. So that's why I got to start walking. I used
I'm
to
just
walk.
kind of curious because Leonard, he seems to know something about this. And
Well,
have you lost weight, Leonard?
Leonard's got a
Yes.
lot of good diet advice.
I've got
Leonard,
it.
you lost weight on the keto diet?
Yeah.
You
Now-
have? How much?
If you're gonna do keto, you want to
Yeah.
do a low carb keto.
Okay, low carb.
And low carb and high fat. Don't let anybody tell you not to eat fat, because eating fat does not give you cholesterol and it does not raise your body fat.
Because I'm about ready to go on an all pork diet.
And all what?
An all pork diet.
You'd be better off to go all beef.
Really?
Yeah, it's more
Beef
nutrient
is
dense.
expensive here. Beef is
I
hell
hear
of
that.
expensive here.
Yeah, I hear that.
It's a better quality protein because it's got more vitamins. It's red meat. Pork's not red.
Yes, and it's more like red meat, like ruminant
more
meat like beef, lamb, goats, deer, any of them. They're more nutrient dense and more easily assimilated by your body.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no vegetable source of protein or anything else that is as easily assimilable as
Let
red
me
meat.
ask a question. How about my suggestion of eating 6 eggs per day?
Your what?
My idea of eating 6 eggs per day, because I eat a lot of eggs.
6 eggs a day is wonderful. I eat 4.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would eat 6 if I
I
was in charge of the kitchen. But yeah, definitely. That 6 eggs a day is not bad at all. And there are
That's what
YouTube
I thought.
videos
My
that
wife
tell
goes
you.
crazy. My wife goes crazy. Stay away from them eggs. Don't be eating so many eggs. Your cholesterol.
Okay, first off,
Keep the
cholesterol is a
quarterback
lie.
alive. Keep the quarterback safe. Protect the
Dan.
quarterback.
And cholesterol is a lie. It does not add to chances
See,
of heart
that's
disease.
what I think.
It does not add to diabetes. And in fact, higher LDL cholesterol causes people to live longer.
And here's something else in eggs too that nobody considers. Eggs have albumin, which is very hard to find for your diet. Albumin is good for your eyes.
Yes, and eggs have also got choline, which means that they utilize the cholesterol and fat that's in them for your body's needs.
Now, Tim, you said you have high cholesterol. I don't know about you, but I cut out cheese when my cholesterol was really high. The bad cholesterol was
Yeah,
real
but when
high.
you say cheese, here's the problem with just saying cheese. Is
There's
it
about 1,000 kinds of cheese.
yeah, is it cheese or cheese food? Is it artisan cheese? Is it processed cheese? That's like saying, I drive my car on a road. Well, is that a dirt road, a highway? What is it?
Well,
Yeah,
the cheese I bought was you'd buy. I guess it was more artisan because you'd buy it at the little more expensive end of the grocery store. It would be in blocks. Now,
Well,
the
that's
cheese
It's
house-
hard cheese. That's better.
huh?
I
It
said
would
that
be,
helps with better cheese.
Yes.
but I cut that out, and my cholesterol went down. My bad cholesterol went down.
Yeah.
But then again, I was eating 8 ounces of cheese a day.
Well, you should have nuts.
Should have
You
what?
know?
Nuts.
Oh.
Like,
you gotta be
nuts,
careful on that. You eat nuts are good, but you gotta be careful and only eat a few.
Yes.
Yeah, I eat too many of them, so I don't buy nuts. I tried
Yeah.
it, and I love the salt on them for one thing. And
Well, there should be salt on them.
No,
Yeah,
salt on is fine. Salt is not a problem. Salt
No,
does
salt's
not
not a
raise
problem.
blood pressure.
no, but it's
Because
just
it's a different kind of sodium.
the way I control what I eat, and it's the best way for me. It's probably the best way for everybody, but the best way for me is that purchase. Point of purchase.
Yeah. Just don't buy it if you don't want it, right?
You know, you look at it and say, "Do I really want to eat all this? Is this, And if the answer is no, you don't buy it because
Right.
you buy it. You take. It's like you were talking about French toast earlier. I love French toast,
Oh, me too.
and I love bread. I was taking bread, putting butter on it, which is no carbs in it. I was actually margarine. I would nuke it to warm it up, and I'd have cinnamon on it. Then I would put honey on it. Tasted almost just like French toast.
Yeah.
But
The
too many
problem with
carbohydrates in the bread and the carbohydrates in the honey.
that and the margarine is full of carbohydrates.
No,
Margarine- margarine
Use
is
butter. Use
Huh?
regular butter.
real butter is better. There's no almost no carbohydrates in butter.
Yeah, but anyway, like I said, though, so when I finished up that honey, I refused to buy it anymore because if I don't have it, I can't make that snack.
Well, honey is way too much sugar too.
That's what I said, the honey.
Yeah.
And I got some maple syrup. It's real maple syrup, but I don't binge on it like I did the honey. 'Cause I
Right.
really don't. I like that maple syrup, but I love the honey.
Right.
Hey, we need to start Larry's Food Channel.
Maple sugar is no good either, though.
I didn't say I said maple syrup, not
Well, what's
maple
in
sugar.
maple syrup, Larry?
Well, it becomes maple sugar. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but I'm
maple
just saying. But I'm talking about real. I think it's Vermont maple syrup. But,
I'm from Pennsylvania here. I know all about it.
well, I'm going probably in March. I'm going to go up to a maple farm where they, tap the trees and they make the maple and make the maple syrup.
They're
the
tapping
sugar.
the food here right now.
Yeah, they are, but I'm just saying they don't open the place I'm going to. They have a restaurant. It's open to the public, and they don't do that till the 22nd of this month. But then they're only open till April sometime. I think it might be May, and they're closed every Monday, which I'm off Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I'm gonna go up to my sister's probably in March because she lives a lot closer to the place we're talking about. And her husband will probably go with me because he loves going there. And we'll go down on Tuesday. So I'll go up to her house on Monday, knock around, do some things up in that area. Then we'll go to the Cartwright Maple Trees Farm or whatever they call it, restaurant inn, something like that. It's not. But anyway, we'll go there, and I want to try to get a video if they're making syrup that day of the process.
Yeah.
And what they do is they serve buckwheat pancakes. You go in, you pay one price, and you can get just a buckwheat, or you can go in and buy hamburgers and egg, whatever you want. But they're known for the maple syrup, and you go in and pay, let's say $10. It was less than that last time I went, but it's been a while. You go in, you get like a piece of ham, a sausage, and all the buckwheat pancakes you can eat, and a cup of coffee for about
That
$10.
sounds like a good deal.
And you get real maple syrup that they made.
Yeah.
And they bring out a stack of, I don't know, 4, 6, however many it is. And when you're done with that, if you're done, you're done. If you tell them you want more, they'll bring out another plate full of them.
Yep.
And they'll just keep bringing them out until you're done. It's all you can eat. The
That's
pancakes
pretty cool.
with butter and syrup. And I haven't been there since before the pandemic. So, I mean, it's been 3-4 years since I've been there. And you can go down underneath the restaurant. That's where they make the maple syrup. You're allowed to go down there and watch it. So, Rose, matter of fact, what I'm talking about is considered a breakfast food. Rose says she's here. She's just taking her breakfast. But I thought that would be I'm not going to do an hour or something like that. Try to do maybe a 10, 15-minute video on that.
Well, they
And
got a
get
new way that they do they got a new way they do the maple syrup to speed it up.
they got the new way already, but they used to have, and they still may do it occasionally with the old way. They got last time I went down in their basement, they had both systems set up.
Well, the new way is still the old way too, but to speed it up, you run the maple sap through a reverse osmosis system to take out some of the water, and then you put it back into the naturally heated system, because part of that amberness and everything comes from toasting that sugar. That's how you get the color.
Yeah, but like I said, no, but up there in their gift area, whatever store area outside of the restaurant, you can go in, you can buy maple syrup, that they made and take it home. I bought some one time with a Statue of Liberty. It was in a bottle of Statue of Liberty. I gave it to somebody for a gift. They also make the maple butter, and they have maple candy, all that kind of stuff. Now, because the last time I'm trying to think. I'm not even sure. It might have been so long ago I wasn't even diagnosed as a diabetic yet. It's been a long time since I've been there. And so
my
I
son
may buy
maple cotton candy that they make is really good.
like I said, I may buy some something maple there, but the main thing I wanted to take the video and then have my buckwheat pancakes instead of the other kind of pancakes. And,
I don't think I've ever had buckwheat.
A gallon of maple syrup. Tim, are you kidding me? I can't even afford to buy a little tiny thing of maple syrup.
We take that buckwheat here in Pennsylvania, that buckwheat flour, and we make scrapple.
a gallon of real maple syrup right now would probably be $30-$40, maybe more.
I would guess at least, yeah.
Yeah,
A gallon of maple syrup in my neighborhood's $100.
What?
it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's because they got those small things about like this.
A pint bottle is
About $15 or more.
Yeah, that's a pint bottle. It's
They
15.
try to pass off corn syrup as being pancake syrup here in the Philippines.
Corn syrup is like
It's
almost
horrible.
poison.
They put a little food coloring in it and they serve it up.
That's maple flavor, maybe.
Yeah, it's horrible. No, they
Well, that's
use
almost poison.
real corn
That's what
syrup.
they sell you here in the United States too. They sell you pancake syrup. It's got maple flavor and high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that fake stuff. It's no good at all for you.
That's what I say.
If I'm going to have syrup, it's going to be real maple syrup. I'll pay for it.
You know, Larry, that will be less bad for you than the other stuff.
Well, I believe that. I used to buy the other. Then it's
I
like
wonder if maple trees would grow here in the Philippines.
they would grow, but you could never make maple syrup.
Yeah, you can't get maple syrup.
You won't be
Yeah,
able
they
to
would
get
never
the
never
sap
get
to
the
run.
sap run.
It's got to get really cold for a certain period of time before that sap will run. You got to
Well,
be cold at night and warm. Right now, what we had this last few days is perfect for the maple.
Yeah, you want cold
Today,
maple
about
warm days, and it
Yeah.
wells the
Tomorrow-
sap into the tree. But you may not be able to grow them in the Philippines because hardwood trees have to lose their leaves in the fall, and you don't have the cold weather.
well, you might be able to do it in the mountains,
Maybe in the
like
Baguio-
Baguio or
Yeah,
Maybe in the
Baguio gets
Baguio
pretty
area.
cold.
If you
like
get snow,
Valencia or
you need a good hard freezing frost to take the leaves off.
Delaghetti or someplace like that.
You'd have to go in one of the mountain areas. That's the only place that have a chance. There's other
Yeah.
places pine trees can grow in those
I
areas. They
think
won't.
Of a mahogany forest in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And on Bohol
grow-
Island the other day. That was really pretty.
Yeah, they have that. But
Yep.
I'm going to tell you the truth. The best thing about fall is the colors of the leaves.
Yeah.
What fall sucks. I hate
Well,
winter.
the maple,
Hey Jamie, how you doing, man?
the sugar maples had the prettiest leaves too, because of all the sugar in the leaves. You get the best fire colors.
Yeah.
Well, that one video I did, the one short that got like 1,600 views or more.
Oh yeah, you had good video on that one.
Yeah, that was the really bright, brilliant red on the trees.
Yeah.
And
What-
it was just like a less than 60-second video. It was a short video.
Yeah, I remember seeing it. That was good.
One thing we have here in Pennsylvania is ginseng.
Yeah. Harvest it.
Basically.
Go harvest some.
Now Jamie's trying to make me hungry. He goes, Jamie from Off the Cuff Adventures with Jamie says, "Top shelf, buddy. Listen as I'm cooking wings."
Oh, I got the wing sauce recipe too. Oh my god.
Love buffalo wings. Oh, come on.
Oh,
Native
yeah.
Chickpeas,
Love me
nothing
some
so
buffalo
tasty
wings.
To me.
Well,
Brought to you by the Chicken Growers Association.
I got a gourmet wing sauce recipe that has brown sugar and hoisin sauce.
Yeah, but that's more of a sweet. That would be more of a
Yeah.
sweet.
More of a sweet than spicy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like the buffalo.
Yeah,
Well,
I like the hot and
I
spicy.
put hot. Mine are sweet and spicy. I got that. I got the buffalo wing too, but the original buffalo wing is crystal hot sauce and butter.
Which one you talking about? There's two places trying to claim the original.
The original buffalo wing is hot sauce and butter over the chicken wing.
Which place? There's two different places that claim they're first.
I'm not from New York and I ain't ever been there.
Well,
But
that's the original. The original Buffalo hot wings came from Buffalo, New York.
yeah,
That's why it's got the name, right?
That's right. It's called the place that's most understood as being the original is the Anchor Bar in Buffalo. There's another bar in Buffalo tries to claim they were before the Anchor Bar. The recipes are different. They're both
Well-
hot wings, but they're
I make a buffalo wing sauce.
And I'm going to tell you something. I don't care for the Anchor Bar. It's okay, but it's not the best.
I make a buffalo wing sauce that is so famous in the Philly region and nobody has it. My sauce literally glows.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Tim's right. He says the Anchor Bar, and that is, I've been by there, Tim. I've never been in it.
my
Now,
trick to
maybe-
wing sauce is hot sauce, a little bit of water, and like a cup of blue cheese dressing. And it
Well, the
glows.
blue cheese is what you dip it in.
Well, yeah, I agree. Well, you still dip it in that too. Or a little bit of hot sauce and blue cheese dressing. You throw it in a blender.
Yeah.
And we sold it for years like that. I invented a buffalo chicken cheesesteak. with the blue cheese dressing on it, the hot sauce, American cheese, and chopped chicken breast on a roll.
Now, Tim, I know you're from the Buffalo area. Rochester's known for white hot. You ever had a white hot? You
What's
got a red hot? You know what a red hot is, right?
No.
It's a dog,
It's a hot
Yeah.
dog.
Oh, okay.
but they're
I
big.
think they get a hot brunch.
But the red hot and the white hot.
White hot is veal brunch.
Yeah, but the white hot is pretty much just pork, regular pork, but it's actually white in color.
In Philly,
And the only place they used to make it was Rochester. That's where it was invented at. The white hot.
in Philly they got the
Hey,
veal
Cal, how you doing?
Cal, how are you?
Cal, Tim, I've not been to the Anchor Bar. I've been by the Anchor Bar, but I've never been there. I'm wondering if you buy it at the Anchor Bar, if they wings actually taste better.
Merce is here.
I see that.
Yeah, but if it tastes better if you buy it at the bar and get it freshly made, because the only time I've ever had it, it's cold and they sell it cold, and then you microwave to warm it.
Oh, that's
Usually yeah, that's what I'm saying. I really didn't care for it. So
yeah. The best hot wings I ever had was in Phoenix, and the place was called Long Wong's.
Well, I've
they
tried
had-
garlic hot wing, which is real
They
popular.
won the best hot wings in Arizona or U.S. or someplace for like
Have you-
15 years in a row.
Have you ever had a buffalo shrimp?
No, I have not.
no,
I
Sounds
take
good,
the
though.
shrimp and I flour them and deep fry them, and then I
Boiled
put
shrimp here that are as
Butter, hot
big as the
sauce,
size of a
garlic.
buffalo.
and dip them in blue cheese dressing.
What was that, Dan?
They got huge shrimp here in the Philippines. Huge.
Oh, I know.
I'll tell you something. Let's get back to the subject you were talking earlier.
What's that?
How about buffalo chicken pizza?
Yeah,
That might be okay.
Uh-huh.
I make
That's good.
I make a barbecue chicken pizza. I make a white pizza with spinach too, which is incredible.
Well, like I said, here
Spinach and bacon.
in
The
New York,
bacon's okay.
especially in the Rochester Buffalo area, they got it's buffalo chicken pizza, and they'll put a blue cheese on top of the pizza with it.
Well, I do
And
a
it tastes good.
Greek pizza with goat cheese, feta. The original pizza is not Italian. Everybody thinks pizza's Italian. It's
No.
Greek. It's not Italian.
It's actually Chinese, and Marco Polo brought it back with him.
I don't believe that.
Well,
Uh,
that's
It's-
what I
pasta
learned
came,
it.
pasta
pizza-
came from China.
What? Pasta came from China. But
Yes.
everybody had their own form of pasta. The Slovaks had the pierogi. The Italians had the ravioli. The Chinese had the dumpling. There's many forms of pasta. It all goes back to when we had wheat. Before we had wheat, we had teft. If you know what teft is.
All I know is the pasta that the Italians adopted the pasta from the Chinese. Now they
Right.
made it to fit their style, but the original pasta came from China. Just like
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, sunglasses were invented in China, and
Oh, I'm not a bit
to
surprised.
not. And I'm going to tell you something else. It was not to protect your eyes from the sun. Can you tell me why they invented them?
To hide your eyes from the neighbors.
Well, you're close. If you were part of the jury for a trial, you wore sunglasses to help hide your identity from the accused.
Yeah.
Well,
Makes
here's
perfect
one.
sense.
The most people will tell you that the Greeks invented pizza because it was focaccia. It was oil and herbs on bread baked on pans,
It
and
could be.
often had a tomato sauce when tomatoes were in season. After they got the tomatoes, and tomatoes came from the Americas. But the original Greek pizza, which predates the tomato, was oil and hard cheese with herbs baked on top of a bread to soften the cheese. Focaccia.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, there's a lot of things that were changed with
And
a
they
little bit of difference to fit somebody else.
Had mozzarella cheese, and they baked the original pan pizza, which is similar to the focaccia, on a Roman battle shield. That's why it was round and not square.
But
They baked them on a bronze battle shield. So there's a lot of nuances and arguments about pizza.
now, Leonard, you might know if this is true or not, but I heard the Roman meal bread was based on what the Romans actually made bread to travel with, because a lot of times that's all they ate. There was supposed to be enough nutrition and stuff in there to get them through for, I guess, long marches.
That's probably right. I don't know for sure, but that is probably right.
The original pastas and stuff were also whole wheat because they didn't have a way to separate all the grain back in
Right.
it.
Right.
And then they had different kinds of wheat, semolina, durum. But I know what I wanted to ask you, Leonard. What about chickpeas, garbanzo beans?
They're legumes. Not good for you.
Not good for you.
There's not a bean. I don't think there's a bean that is good for you, is there?
Not that I know of. Now, I love beans. Don't get me wrong, but
Oh, yeah, so do I. Well, like I said, I used to eat mixed vegetables, which was green beans and peas and corn, and all three of them are bad for you.
yeah.
I got
So I had to switch up what I ate.
I
Yeah.
got
Well,
a
I found that out
falafel
'cause
recipe.
Yeah, which?
I got a falafel recipe from my Lebanese friends
Yeah.
that makes falafel and shawarma to go with your tahini and wrap it up on a flat bread, a piece of tandoori bread,
Well,
to make a falafel sandwich.
I was telling you earlier, I think, Leonard, I think I told you before, that now when I make my stew,
Yeah.
I use carrots, occasionally celery, not always the celery.
Celery is one of the best vegetables for you to eat.
and then peppers and onions,
Yeah.
and I'll make a stew with that.
Yeah. Now, those are all less bad than the others. So you're better off that way.
Well, like I
But
said,
they have high in vitamin C. They're not as bad for you as you'd think.
what's that?
Potato.
The potatoes, they
Potatoes
say,
are starches, and they turn to way too much glucose.
Yeah.
And a
Yeah.
half dozen other bad things.
Well, there's
If you-
different kinds of.
If
There's
you want to get vitamin C, you actually get it out of red meat.
There's different kinds of potatoes though too.
well, they
They're
say
just
like,
marginally different.
Nothing you're going to buy or nothing you're going to buy commercially will be as high as protein as what you could grow in your garden, because you can target brands of potatoes or styles that are higher in protein.
Right. But potatoes are not very high in protein to start with.
No, they're not.
And the protein they have, it don't matter if they were high. You couldn't use it. Your body can't digest it.
well, I'm sorry, I'm going to eat potatoes once in a while, but not very often anymore.
Well, that's where I
'Cause
got, man. I'm from Idaho. I grew up on potatoes. So you have no idea how hard it is for me to not eat potatoes.
Have you ever had Irish potato pie?
I haven't, but I've seen it made.
My grandmother used to make Irish potato pie. It was good. Now,
yeah.
how about potato pancakes?
I heard
Oh,
you
yeah.
say you'd say that's fucked up.
Yeah, I've had those.
You have potato pancakes, don't you? Leftover mashed potatoes. You add a little water, mash them out, and then you fry them to warm them up. That's how my mom used to make them anyway.
That's how I made it too. There is actually a little more to do to it, but not a whole lot.
I'm
I'm
used to latkes, Philadelphia style.
I don't know what that is.
You take your potatoes and grate them. You throw in a handful of flour or two. You run an onion through the grater, mix it all up, and then you fry them in like bacon fat or oil.
Bacon fat. No oil, bacon fat.
Well, they would actually, they wouldn't fry them in oil. They would fry them in schmaltz.
I'm
Which
not
is-
sure what I should know what that is, but I can't
Schmaltz
think of
is
it.
chicken fat,
Okay.
rendered chicken fat, because it's Jewish.
That's-
They wouldn't have bacon.
Yeah. Well, that's
They're latkes.
much better than oil.
Well, I was raised with a Yiddish cup.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was raised on bacon fat.
Well,
Me too.
Yiddish
We-
cup is a Jewish head, because
Well,
I
I'm saying-
was raised with a lot of Jewish kids.
We had to, and we talked about this last time too, I think. We actually had one of those
You're not
cans.
leaving, are you, Dan?
Larry, by the way,
Calculate-
they have that strainer can you're talking about.
I can't believe I lasted this long. It was the food topic that got me. Yeah. So
I knew we
I'll
figured out a
see you
way to
next
keep-
time. Next week, back to our regular time. Actually, I'm thinking about the 9 o'clock slot. Since it's working so well for Larry, I might change my slot for 9 o'clock Philippine time, 9
Well,
a.m. Saturday.
I'm going to tell you the truth. Whatever time is fine. Because on Friday for me,
Yeah.
I get off at 3:00 in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
So you can
That's
stay at the
perfect.
same. You can
That's
stay at the
perfect.
same time. I can make it no matter what.
That
The reason
sounds
why
great.
I changed mine is because I don't get off till 7
Ah,
on Saturday and Sunday,
gotcha.
and it's 9 o'clock for you guys because it's 8 o'clock here until the time change. Then it'll be 8 o'clock in the evening here and 8 o'clock in the morning where you're at
Yeah.
when the time change comes.
I'll
But
still be an hour behind everybody, but that's okay.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Well,
though,
I'll
I mean,
probably be lurking in the background until you sign off. So I'll see you guys later.
Take
all
care.
right, Dan. Take care, man.
Be careful, man.
Thanks for coming up.
Oh, you're welcome. I
Look
had
up
a lot
Air
of fun.
Creek.
I had a
Look up
ton of
Hajar
What?
Hebron.
Do what?
Aircrete.
Oh,
Dan, did you take yourself? You were still in my back
he's
room,
still
so I brought you back
there.
up. Okay, now he's gone. All right.
Larry, your
Listen-
bacon fat can. They have 10 different ways on Amazon. They got it in stainless. They got it in aluminum. They got the little strainer thing.
Well, the strainer was part of the can. It was a lid, but I mean, it
No.
came with the can.
You're right. The strainer comes
and-
with the can and drops inside the can. It's got little holes in it. And then there's a lid that goes on top of it.
Yeah, but the
Yeah.
strainer doesn't actually go. It sets in the can, but it's. You know what I'm saying?
Go look at them on Amazon. I know what you're
I'll
talking
check
about.
them
They
out.
got 'em.
Because I always
But-
use, I just always used a quart and a half pickle jar.
Well, this one
Wash
here
it out
has
first,
the, has the little strainer like piece
So
that
you
drops into the can, and then there's a lid
Yeah.
that goes on top of it.
yeah.
Yeah, the strainer didn't come out unless you want to bring out the grease.
Right.
And my mom's can said bacon on it.
So's this one.
I'll have to check it out.
They got them on Amazon. They got a stainless one and they got an aluminum one. We had
And
the aluminum one as a kid.
Yeah, I think the stainless would be better.
Yeah, so stainless is always better than aluminum.
Yeah,
Now, Sean, you're right. Pork fat is tasty. That's what we're talking
Yes,
about
sir.
cooking with it.
absolutely, Sean.
All the Chinese restaurants here in America, they don't buy oil for a lot of things. They use pork fat, but they don't fry in
Yeah.
pork fat. They fry in peanut oil usually.
But like I said, the pork fat or the bacon fat, as we're talking here,
Yeah,
is the best, I think.
I agree. That's
Uh,
what I
but,
grew up on.
So did I.
To me,
And,
it's no. I like a lighter oil to cook in.
once you get it warmed up and thawed it, and melted down, it's thin.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not light. It's heavy.
No, it's not.
It's a heavier
don't
oil
think-
than I cook in.
Well, that's
He's
the
talking- I
problem
think
is. The problem is, Ed, you're cooking in hydrogenized vegetable oil, and that shit will give you cancer. It's highly inflammatory because it's got way too high a ratio omega-6 to omega-3 fatty acids. And there's a half dozen other things that are bad for you.
I'm going to go back to butter.
As long as it's real butter.
Yeah,
But
real butter.
the problem with real butter is it's got a low smoke point. So you got to be careful you don't burn it.
Well, I the only thing I'm usually cooking is eggs, and I like to use real butter when I cook my eggs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, also, I'll tell you something else. Butter is great for caramelizing either
Yes.
onions or mushrooms.
Yep.
Makes a good caramel.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really gives a good color to it.
And especially because you don't want it very hot then anyway.
No, because
Just the simmer temperature. So the butter won't burn and everything will cook real well. And they'll get impregnated with that butter flavor.
Yeah, if I want to use oil, I'll use olive oil.
Yeah, or you could use avocado oil. And avocado oil's got a higher smoke point, so it's something to keep in mind.
I haven't even seen that in the markets. I've
Yeah.
bought walnut oil and hazelnut oil in the past. They cook nice, but I use them mostly to flavor pasta.
Well, like I said, I always cook with olive oil. But I haven't been fixing any bacon or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I may get check that can out because I cook pork almost every week.
I went and
cook
looked
pork
them up on
chops,
Amazon.
and like I said, I'll have to do that. But I like I said, I cook pork chops and I've been. But the thing is with that, I've been doing that in the air fryer because I get these, about 1.5 inch or so thick ones, and I don't want to grill those. That's just take way
I
too
cut
long.
my own pork chops. I buy a pork loin and slice my own.
And then I get like the chicken. I get mine through. If you know what BJ's is, it's like a Sam's Club.
Yeah,
Okay.
And
we don't have them out here, but
yeah, but I mean it's the same thing as a Sam's Club.
I think I've heard you mention them before.
And I went to Sam's Club this week on Wednesday, one of my days off, to get gas, and no, actually it was on Thursday. Take that back. It was the day I worked because I was at work. I called in the order because I could call in an order online and pay for it, and I just go in and pick it up.
Yeah.
And I went and got gas because I needed gas, and I knew I was going to do that, and it was like 20 cents a gallon cheaper. But it's not, it's worth going over for 20 cents a gallon because you're $2.
Yeah.
Especially if you do your shopping at the same time.
Oh yeah. If you can make one trip work like that, that's good.
Yeah. So I ordered the chicken. Now the thing I like about the chicken tenders they have, they get put two and they seal them together individually. They're two sealed, and you buy a bunch, but they're sealed.
Oh, like two
in
at
plastic.
a time, yeah.
But yeah, they're sealed 2 at a time, but they're sealed in plastic. So when you freeze them, there's no air getting into them. So they're not going to get that freezer burn.
Right. Yeah, and then you take out one packet and you got two, so you got 1 or 2 meals, and that's a good deal.
And I got 2 meals out of it. I kept one pack out. The others are in the freezer. And this was not last night. It was the night before. What was it like? No, it was last night. I cooked up that chicken stew.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't put any celery in because I didn't have it, but I did put the carrots in and the other stuff. And
hey, how's your leg doing, Ed?
My legs have. I'm dealing with some craziness with them. Underneath, I don't want to sound so gross, but underneath the scabs on my legs, it gets really bad. So I got to almost break the scab to soak up what's under there so it doesn't get infected.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I had something that sounds just like what you got. It was actually an infection. And now mine was an infection. It was for the whole leg. It was cellulitis.
Mm.
And it put me in the hospital. This is when I still lived up in Henrietta at the Buffalo VA. I spent 5 days in the hospital. I was sweating. And I mean,
My legs
I
are
won't-
doing better though. They're healing.
Well, that's
okay,
good.
well, you may not have the cellulitis, but I'd wake up and one day and I looked down, my leg was just all red. The bottom half of below the knee was almost completely red on my left leg. I still have the scar today, and this was been a good 10, 15 years ago, and the scar is never going to go away.
I did an
No,
about on my diet. I cut out all the salt, just about.
Yeah.
I cut out a lot of the carbohydrates. I went to a lot more Leonard style eggs and pork and ham and beef. You know, I cut out a lot. Am I perfect? No. I'm still eating pizza once in a while, but I eat a better pizza. I don't eat like the chains restaurant high salt pizzas. I get some stuff
Well,
that
yeah, you don't need to worry about the salt. The salt isn't your enemy.
it
The
is.
sodium that is your enemy is not sodium chloride, which is salt. It's sodium. It's a different sodium. It's not the same as your salt you
It's
eat.
the benzenate that's in all the canned vegetables and everything. It's bad for you.
I do not buy canned vegetables.
No, I
No,
don't
I
think
don't
canned
either.
vegetables anymore.
I haven't bought canned vegetables in years.
I haven't either.
I would rather I don't always buy fresh, but I buy
I
frozen.
buy frozen. Well, frozen.
Frozen's
And,
way better.
I'm not doing a lot of like mixed vegetables with all like the lima beans and corn and green beans. I've been
Yeah.
doing broccoli.
Broccoli, cauliflower,
Yeah, California.
carrots.
I've been eating like little handfuls of raisins, but not a lot of raisins. Like, you know,
I'm going
like,
to say raisins can be high in carbohydrates, which is not good for
Yes,
me.
well,
they're,
yeah, but
they're
I-
glucose bombs.
And I love raisins.
Oh, so do I.
well, raisins keep me from being hungry though.
Well, Ed, to do that, you have to raise your fat intake and your protein intake and cut your carbs because your carbs is what makes you hungry.
Okay.
The fat and the protein will satiate you.
Well, I got to go shopping in the next day or so.
Yeah.
I want to get some kibasi because I know I can eat that. It's all protein. I want to get some more beef.
Be careful that you look on the packaging and see what's there because there might be a bunch of stuff they snuck in there.
Well, I'm going to a local butcher. So
Well,
it's all,
that'll be better. That'll be better.
yeah, and it's not even water packed. It's dry smoked.
That's much better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning the tricks of what I got to do back and forth a little bit to cut a lot of this stuff out. I got to eat more eggs. And I eat a little, like I have an English muffin with them now.
Well,
Like I'm making egg
that's
sandwich.
carbs, but
It's carbs, but I can have a little bit of carbs, but I can't have a lot.
why do you have to have a little bit of carbs?
Because they taste good.
Yeah. Have you got a medical reason to have carbs?
No, I guess I don't. I mean, I could cut them
There's
out.
absolutely no minimum daily requirement for carbs. The same as with fiber. There's no minimum daily requirement for fiber. You do not need to eat it.
I don't eat. Well, my problem is my idiot roommate. When I send her to the store and ask her to bring me home food, she'll come home and tell me they don't have it.
Well,
And it's insanity because I'll call the store and they're like, nobody asked us. And yes, we have it.
yeah.
It's insanity over and over.
Can you call ahead and then just pick it up?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to start doing, or just go shop myself. I don't
Well,
want to go public so much with my legs are kind of embarrassing to me. I got to get some ace bandages this week.
Well, that or it's just some long sweats.
Yeah, even so, I don't like to wear long sweats because I'm trying to keep my legs not wrapped up so they dry out and heal faster.
Yeah, but the ace bandage isn't going to do that. So
No.
Well,
Yeah, just Just put the sweats on until you get back home and change again.
Yeah, and then take
Yeah,
them off.
I just ordered more shorts.
Yeah.
I'm wearing carpenter shorts now, and which is quite comfortable.
Yeah, don't wear those to the Philippines.
Why?
You'll be laughed right off the island.
What, for wearing carpenter shorts?
Cargo shorts, carpenter shorts, any of those.
Why? What do they wear?
Regular, there's 100,000 different kinds of shorts. Bermuda shorts, gym shorts, any of those.
I'm sorry,
Those with all the pockets, they're anti that.
I wonder what.
I'll probably wear. I'm going to be honest with you. I'll probably wear cargo shorts.
My carpenter shorts have a nice cell phone pocket in the side. There's a hammer hook on the side.
Now, wait. Let me tell you something though. Make sure that pocket for your camera phone, your phone,
right,
can be sealed. I mean, secured
zippered or snapped closed or something.
Zipper would be best.
Yeah.
Why are they big thieves over there?
Well, I won't say they're big thieves, but they're thieves. You're
There
going
are
to be
some.
in areas that are going to be. You're going
Just
to be in areas
pickpockets,
that,
you know. You go to the mall and you get stripped down to nothing.
and these people will rip off anybody they can. They don't care if you're a foreigner or local.
Well,
They prefer if you're a foreigner because they think you got better stuff.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, they'll rip if there's an opportunity to rip off a local, they'll do it. These pickpockets,
Yeah.
and what they'll do is they'll try to. It'll be an innocent bump.
I'm a big boy, and I usually carry my wallet in my front pocket. It's hard to
Well,
pick
that
up.
helps. That helps.
I've
Even
carried
my
my.
phone, I usually carry it in my front pocket. I don't always put it in the side pocket in the jeans unless I'm like sitting out somewhere or something.
No, my phone and my wallet both are in my front pocket, my front right pocket. I used to carry it in my left pocket, but the door jamb of the car would start pushing against the wallet.
Oh, yeah.
And I was having problems with my leg. It was real sore. And I finally figured out what it was. It was my door was right against that wallet, pushing it against my leg. So I moved it over to the other side and it cleared up. But I've been carrying my wallet in my front pocket since I was 20 years old.
Yeah.
The earliest I can get to the Philippines is probably late fall.
The earliest for me is 3 years. That's
Good.
the earliest.
I'm shooting for July, but that's if I don't have any other complications come up.
Well, like I said, with me, and y'all know it,
Yeah.
one of my complications is my mother. But even if she passed away today, it'd be at least 3 years. Because I want my bills.
Yeah.
I got some bills I want paid off.
Right. That's why I say you've got a unique situation.
Yeah, but you're looking to move to the Philippines. I'm looking to visit.
Yeah.
Because I'm not looking. I don't think I want to live in the Philippines because I need to bring her here so she can earn a better income and have a better life.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, if I was to move, it'd be minimum 3 years, up to 6. To visit, it's still going to be 2 years because I want my bills paid off before I go. Now I'll have
debt.
I'll have all my bills but my car paid off in less than 2 years.
I buy everything for cash. I even own my property for cash.
Yeah, but I don't have your business.
And phones. Everything.
But what I'm saying is, though, I'll get all these bills paid off. I'll have one paid off in just a couple months. Another one paid off. I might be debt free outside of my car in a year and a half.
Even my car.
Good luck, Larry.
But what I'm saying is, so even after I get those paid off, if I'm going to go visit, I want the money to pay for the plane ticket instead of putting it on a charge card. I may put it on the charge card, but I want to be able to pay that off. So 2 years.
Yeah, I don't charge anything. I don't even have a charge card these days.
Well, your bank. If you got a bank card, you got a charge card. You can use that bank card. That's a charge card.
I can, but it doesn't go the same.
Yes, it does.
Well, it does take it out of your. It does take it out of your existing money.
It takes out money, and Larry will tell you it goes the same. I'll tell you it don't, because it makes it hard to
there's
rent
no
a car on your debit card
Yeah.
because they want a charge card with $5,000 open. However, if I
Yeah.
go to U-Haul, I can rent a pickup truck.
I've rented cars with just less than $500 available, and they've taken it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't have. Again, I don't have to rent, so it doesn't matter. But
Well, my car was totaled. I had to do something,
yeah,
Right.
oh sure. But I'm just saying,
but I rented a car with only $500. And I used my bank card. It was only $500. I just had to have that.
if I totaled my car, Larry, I'd have another car to drive in a few hours.
See, I'm not buying that kind of car again.
I don't buy that
have
kind of car. I buy a good, stable.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, my car would be paid for as long as I'm not at fault.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Well,
I'm just saying.
And I'm going to turn around. I got to wait for the insurance to pay me because I'm not taking cash out of my. Now I have renter insurance on my car. I didn't have on the last time. So I was paying the renter to rent the car myself.
Yeah, I don't have all the fancy insurance. I just step up and pay cash for my car and drive it till till I need my next one. I save a lot of money that way. No interest, no heavy insurance payments. Keep it all.
But you can also do the work on it. I can't. I'm not a mechanic.
I don't have to do the work.
I'm
I don't
just
do the
saying.
work on my car. I send
All
it
right,
out.
Junior does. But
Well,
I'm just
no,
saying.
I send it out too. I'd have suspension work done 2 weeks ago. I sent it out.
Like I said, I'm not even changing spark plugs. Okay.
I've never changed spark plugs.
Nowadays, spark plugs is not easy.
No, there are a lot. In
They're
the old
not
days,
easy nowadays.
I
Yeah,
used to
they're
do it in
1,000
the older
mile
cars. I used to do it in the older cars,
Yeah.
but I looked at these newer ones. I'm not changing spark plugs. I used to do tune-ups. You change the spark plugs, you change the distributor cap, boom, you're done. That's all it was.
There's no distributor cap on my car.
I know, but there used
No,
to
it's
be.
just got a bunch of coils and wire from each coil to each plug.
Yeah.
I got a pulsating coil, and I've never had to change any of it.
Yeah.
I put a fuel pump in my car now. That it needed.
Hey, God plan.
And an alternator.
Yeah.
My son put the alternator in. And he's
that shouldn't have been too bad.
What?
Like I said, not doing that stuff
Alternator in
anymore.
that shouldn't have been too bad.
8-hour job.
Damn.
They give you 6 if you're a mechanic. You got to take apart the whole. You can get the alternator undone, but you got to do everything in front between the motor and the radiator, and then slide the alternator over to the. It's on the passenger side. It's got to slide over to the driver's side to fit out.
Yeah.
It's a night.
Yeah. On my
And
F-150, they said it was supposed to take 3 hours, and I did it in 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, this took a long time. Serpentine belt was a nightmare to put back on with them.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Those are usually easy.
Hold on. Tim,
Not
you
on
take
all
care of that. Tim's leaving now, so we're going to say bye to Tim.
Oh, Tim, bye-bye. Have a good one.
Take care.
Take care. And we got Abby here now.
Hi, Abby.
ABIE. Abby's here. So hi, Abby. Welcome. And if you want to drop your channel link, type in LLL, and my Nightbot will drop your channel. Just type in oops, wrong place.
We're in the process of rebuilding my front brakes right now. We put a new caliper.
Type that in. My Nightbot will drop your link for you guys. That includes you, God plan.
I'm going to do the pass tomorrow. We would have did them both, but the weather hasn't been good. Eddie does it by himself, my son. He's quite the mechanic. I taught him over the years.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like I
that's
said,
good. That's how my son is.
He's been working on a car since he's 12 years old.
That's about the same way with my son. But he's
Eddie
28 now, so.
I've been refusing to work on a car since I was 12 years old.
Eddie grabbed my computer when he was 4 years old one Christmas, and it's been a fun ride ever since. He's learned a lot.
Yeah.
Grabbed my laptop and took off with it. I said, okay.
So, like I said, guys, if you want your channel link drop, just like I did, just put in LLL, and my Nightbot will drop your link.
But I'm good at buying cars because I can tell, you know,
Well,
whether the motor's good, the transmission's good, etc. And I can save a fortune buying a car.
I've bought some good used cars. I really have.
Yeah, I
And
have too.
I bought them from individuals, and I bought them from the shop. I prefer individual. It's cheaper.
Yeah, I buy them privately. Facebook.
But you're always getting an older car. I've decided I don't want to go older, so I buy the used ones through the dealership because I'm getting a newer one.
I'll just go to the auction, Larry. I don't buy anything at a dealer. I don't need to pay a dealer.
I usually try to buy it at like 2 years old. But this
Forget
last
it.
time,
I go to
this
the auction.
like I said, this last time I went and looked, a 3-year-old car with 18,000 miles, which is not high mileage. It really isn't. But it was only $3,000 less than a brand new one. Of the
Well,
same
that's
make and
what they
model.
told me, Larry. You chose to believe them.
Huh?
That's what they told you when you chose to believe
No,
them.
no. I went and looked at the car.
They
You
had
gotta-
those
the
used
chip
car
shortage.
prices were ridiculous because the chip shortage,
I-
like Larry's saying.
I'm going to tell you
yeah,
something.
well, that was part of it. He bought it. You know what's happening right now, Leonard?
This is when the chip shorter was.
They can't give the used cars away or the new cars because of the interest rates went up.
Right.
The whole car market's about to implode, and used cars are going to be everywhere because
Just like the housing market.
they didn't get to sell off last year's inventory.
Right.
I'm going to tell you when I got my last car wreck. If you went by the Blue Book, I got almost double in the settlement of the car wreck than what the Blue Book said it was worth because of the chip shortage.
Well, I don't believe the Blue Book either. I buy a book out of a book called, which is a dealer book, and it tells you the truth. I buy out of a book called Galves.
I'll go with Blue Book.
VES, Galves. I think
I'll
it
go
is.
with Blue Book.
Yeah, well, I'll beat you every time with Galves. I don't know what the market's really doing.
That's fine. I'll still go with the Blue Book.
Yeah.
Well, there's no such thing, really. The Blue Book's a joke.
Use the NADA book, not the Kellys.
Yeah, they use NADA, and the true number in NADA is the loan value. That's all your car is ever worth. Anything else on top of that's just a retail number. What the bank will lend you is what the car is really worth.
Yep. That I've always based it on that too.
It's the true number. And Galves is very similar to that, but Galves will tell you what the market conditions are and what's going on. And the auto auctions, CarMax stopped buying cars right now. That's how bad the market is.
Yep.
Carvana's on their back and going bankrupt because they can't give their overpriced cars away. And GM and Ford got car problems too because all the leases came back after COVID and people aren't buying cars. These new cars, if you look at them, have aluminum heads, plastic oil pans, plastic timing chain covers, plastic intakes. And to be honest with you, the American public's had enough of that garbage. Nothing's holding up anymore.
Yeah.
Well, it's planned obsolescence.
Yeah, well, America's tired of getting stuck with garbage.
Yeah, plastic oil can.
Yeah. And
Well,
we're not buying this new garbage. That's the problem. And it's killing the car market right now. The Americans aren't stupid, although we
like I
probably look that way.
well, I'm going to keep my car till it's paid off because by that time, I'll either know I'm moving over or I'm staying here. If I stay here, I'll get a different car or move somewhere where I don't need one.
Yeah, but the problem with all these new cars is this plastic intake manifold, oil pan, timing chain covers. The engine still runs hot. all that plastic's going to get old and brittle. And, you know, it's going to
Hey,
break.
crazy kid.
You're going to need plastic parts that are going to be impossible to put on. The plastic leaks. It's horrible what they're doing to these cars. The Kias and the Hyundais right now, they tell you don't park them in your garage because they catch fire sitting in your driveway.
Hyundai's not a top of the line car either.
No.
Now, what is the top of the line car these days? Ain't no Ford, ain't no Chevy.
No,
Mercedes got problems. BMW's got problems.
they all do.
It's not a Cadillac.
Yeah.
You can afford it, maybe. Larry.
CVT transmissions are garbage. The only one that makes a decent one's Toyota. The only one that's selling cars without a CVT transmission is Mazda. There's a lot of problems right now in the car industry that they're not talking about the elephant in the room.
But do they ever?
Well, they're selling you a car with a 5 to 7 year note on it because they made them so damn expensive, and the cars aren't lasting even the length of the warranty or the length of the note.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I say it's planned obsolescence. They want that thing to be broke down and shot before the warranty's up and before your note's up, so you have to go buy a new one. Actually, right after the warranty goes out.
Yeah, and they want to make them so computerized. You got to have them dealer serviced.
Yep.
I mean, I buy older cars, but my older cars are in like pristine condition when I get them, and I don't have to deal with all this new insanity.
Yeah.
I miss our S10.
I don't know what I'm going to do for my next car. I'm going to probably buy a couple year newer Volvo.
Volvos are good cars.
Yeah, they really are. I mean,
They're
I
high
have-
priced, but they're good cars.
I only paid $2,000 for the one I'm driving.
Well, you got lucky.
I get everybody says that when I buy my cars. You got lucky. I just you wait and find a deal, but I can find deals in incredible time. Know your numbers is the best advice.
Yeah.
But I used to sell cars, so I know all the dealer tricks. And I've been to many car auctions and bought hundreds of cars at auctions for other dealers and other people. And I'm good at it.
I was there with you, bought. What do you want?
You know how I bid at the auction? You'll love this one. I bid with my eyes. I don't raise my hand. The dealer looks at me and I roll my eyes. I can be standing there bidding against you and you won't know that I'm buying the car because you're sticking your hand up and I'm bidding with my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm not even moving.
I used to do that at horse auctions.
Talking about auctions. I was looking to buy a used car. Oh God, about 20 years ago. And I went to a guy that sold used cars, and he said, "Well, I'm going to the auction." He says, "And I'll sell it to you for like $100 or something like that over what it would cost at the auction." And so I told him, okay. So he goes, buys this car, and he was taking my girth, which I was a lot smaller then than I am now. You know, he took that into consideration. But I happen to be very long-bodied, very short-legged. So I climb in the car, and I can get in the car all right, but I had to go like this with my head.
Yeah.
My head was in the roof, and the seat wouldn't adjust. It was not an auto, you know.
It wouldn't go down.
Yeah, it was not an electric seat. Electric seat, you can raise and lower. There was just no way I could buy that car.
Yeah.
He goes, I didn't even think about that because, like I said, I'm only 5'8". So he thought, that'll fit him. Nah, I'm all upper body. My leg length is only 24.
Oh wow.
I'm 5'8". So where do you think the heights come from?
Yeah.
It's all upper
I'm
body.
5'9" and we're 32-inch inseams.
My dad was 6'3" or so. He wore 30.
Wow, he's short-legged too.
Oh yeah, I got his build. I just didn't get his height.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad was 6'2" and probably had a 33 or 34-inch inseam.
And Dad had a 30. My older brother was 6 foot. I think his inseam was 30. So he wasn't quite as short-legged as Dad or myself. If I had a 30-inch inseam, I'd be 6'2".
Yeah.
And still short-legged.
Yeah.
Like I said, I happen to be, extremely. I remember I told a friend of mine when I was working at that auto research and development center, engineering center. This one guy was giving me a ride home, and we were talking, and I told him, I said, "Well, I'm very, I'm short, and he knows that because he can see it." I said, "I happen to be very short-legged. I have a very long body," and he wasn't kind of buying into it until I got into his van, and my head was almost touching his ceiling in his van.
Yeah.
Because again, the seat, I have my seat all the way down in my car,
Yeah.
and if I raise it up too much, I can't see out the window very well. So almost every car or every vehicle I've ever driven, I've always, if it's got electric seats, I always put the seat all the way down.
Yeah.
It's just, that's the way it is. Because like I said, I'm all upper. But now you get to some of the bigger cars that have the headroom that I wouldn't have to do that with as much. But that's not always the case.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mac Daddy realizes it or not, but he's not in the chat. He's in the green room, but let me bring him back up. I don't know if he went down on his own or if he accidentally went down.
Nah, I think I accidentally went down.
Okay,
You're back now, so
I got to tell you, they don't even make big cars anymore. I don't know what I'm going to have to buy next. Maybe a van, or they don't even want to make full size vans, or I need like a pickup.
No, it wouldn't be so bad here, but I've lived in places I wouldn't want to pick up, because if you got a pickup, every mother's son is going to want you to help haul something.
oh yeah. It's that way pretty much everywhere, Larry.
Oh, I got a good feel for that, Larry. Stick your hand out.
Well, no, like I said, where I'm living now, I don't run. The only person I run around with, they know somebody that's got a pickup that'll do it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't have that problem.
So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't run around down here because I moved down here during the pandemic. I don't run around with anybody. I got my one friend that I run around with her, and they got a good person they know that if they need something hauled, they'll do it.
I had a box truck with a Tommy gate for a while. That was nice to ride around in.
Yeah. That's a
I
money
used-
machine there.
I used to drive my dad, like I said, was really tall. He used to have a Ford, what was it? I can't remember the 250. 152, but it was really high, set high. It had that really lift.
Was it a 4x4?
No, but
The
it was a long
Four by
bed.
four
And
was real high.
The
Well,
4x4s
and that-
were always really high until after about 74. And they lowered them,
but this is older than that. I mean, not that old.
okay.
This was probably
The 80s Fords, the 250s were real high.
78.
Yeah, they were high.
But anyway, now my mom is only like 5'2". Okay.
Yeah.
And so on the passenger side, you open up the door there's a step that he had installed that would come out so she could step on it to get in the truck.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. It wouldn't hurt me to have a step to get in. But I drove. My dad, like I said, he was tall enough he didn't have to have that step. And but I'd grab the steering wheel and pull myself up in.
Yeah.
And like I said, I was quite a bit smaller than I am today. My dad died in 1980. I want to say 81. I'd have to sit and really figure it out, but it was right around 81. 80, 81, somewhere there. So anyway, my mom couldn't drive the truck. So I drove the truck until she was ready to sell it. And it had the 8-foot bed. I mean, and wide. And during the winter, you could go out and do donuts. Never had to worry about it. You weren't going to flip that. You weren't going to flip that sucker over. That real wide bed. And it had the I don't know what you call them. It's like the king cab or whatever they want to call it, the extended cab,
the super cab.
Where you had the back seats. There was back seats in the truck.
Yeah.
And went out in the woods a couple times with an old girlfriend of mine, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was big enough.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not talking about using the bed. I'm talking about the truck itself inside.
Yeah. The back seat, yeah.
Oh, no, the front seat.
Well,
It
yeah,
was a bench seat.
front seat even had more room.
Yeah, it was a bench. It was a bench seat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was I drove that for a while until like I said, until my mom was ready to sell it. Instead of having, because otherwise it would just sit there. So
Well, yeah, it's better off to be used.
So I was driving. I drove it for 6 months to a year. Then she finally sold it, which it's her right to do.
Yeah.
I went out and bought myself a car, but I wanted, as long as I had that one, why buy one?
Well, yeah, right.
And but like I said, that was a nice vehicle to drive. Hey, crazy for mine. If you want to drop your link, just type in LLL and it'll do it for you. Crazy Kid's here. He's a comedian. I don't know if you guys know who he is.
Yeah, I think I've met him before.
Yeah.
The box truck is incredible. That's all I can say. Could do anything I wanted with it. I miss my box truck.
Oh,
I want another one.
Yeah. Hey, Ed Denoy, how you doing, man?
Part of the Ed Posse.
hey, Ed Denoy, how are you, man?
He's in Thailand. Are you in Thailand or are you over in Japan now, Ed? Him and Dan, for a short period of time, was in Bangkok at the same time, I believe. Or was it Phuket? That's my other phone. Don't ask me what's going on there. But
any of you guys ever do any Forex trading or futures trading on your cell phone?
No.
Oh, so Ed, you're back in Las Vegas? You weren't overseas very long then.
I'm looking into that.
But,
I try not to do anything like that on my cell phone.
do what?
Futures
Forex trading.
Huh?
Currency trading.
No, I don't. No, I'm not going to do that at all. Not even off the cell phone.
Yeah.
It just, if you're talking about currency, you're gambling. I'm sorry, you're gambling.
It is definitely.
I'd rather go to the casino and gamble. To me, that's more fun.
Yep.
You know right away if you won or lost.
They showed you a logarithm when you trade on the phone. Though you can.
It's still a gamble. There's no guarantee that you're
No.
going to make money on currency exchange.
And futures especially, because you're betting that at some place down the road it's going to be worth this much, and it might tank by then.
Well, depends on what you do for futures, Leonard.
Huh?
Depends on what you do for futures. I got
Well,
two futures that are guaranteed.
there's no such thing.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Pork bellies for July, because everybody in the States eats ribs and bacon all summer. Prime rib for December, because everybody buys prime rib for Christmas.
Not me.
They're like natural.
I do, but that's not even close to a normal thing.
Right, but I'm just saying, so much of it gets sold in the marketplace. I don't care whether Larry eats it for Christmas, but enough people buy beef for Christmas, and they buy loin.
If I'm for Christmas, if I'm buying something for the holiday meal, for me it's pork. It's a ham.
Well, yeah, that's because
or it's a turkey. One or the other.
Yeah.
I prefer ham.
But
Normally, but no, I will cook a prime rib roast or a standing rib roast, whatever you want to call it, for Christmas or New Year's or something. But I'm the minority, not the majority.
they all, yeah, but
I will eat that stuff.
It's huge anymore, and
No,
it goes. It's you watch the market for the last 10 years. You can do the reverse on it. You'll see it works.
Well, good luck.
Like
But,
I said, I will eat beef all year round.
I made 50 grand in a month back years ago for a friend of mine. We took 10 grand and turned it into 50 in 30 days. Day trade.
Yeah, you can do that day trading, and you can also take that 10 grand and be behind or in the hole by another 10.
Hold on, guys. I got a question I want to ask Ed. Now,
What?
Ed, you said you may be moving. No, this other Ed Denoy. Ed, you say you may be moving next year. Are you going to move to? I know you like Japan, but I think you're going to move to Thailand, right? Which part, sir? I just wondered where he could have. He said he may move next year. He's in Las Vegas. He's actually a younger guy, if I remember right. And but hey, some people can retire young. Some people can do their job anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
And I just happen to be neither one of those. Ed Denoy said no, Japan. So I think he means no, he's going to move to Japan, not. If I'm right, he's going to move to Japan, not Thailand.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I could be wrong, but that's what I was thinking he's saying.
Currency is not necessarily gambling either. Currency has to be traded every day.
Yeah, but you're still. You look at right now. You look at the. Let's take the Philippines. If you'd have bought Forex, which is foreign exchange, earlier, then all that went up, you'd have made money. But if you'd have bought it when it got close to the top, now it's dropping back down again. It's almost back down to 50.
Yeah, it's
You lost a lot of money.
It was 54 yesterday, so
You can make money on the ride up or the ride down, depending on how you play it. You can make money going either way, up or down.
Yeah, but you're still gambling whichever way you're trying to play it because it may go back up. You don't know. Like I said, if I'm going to gamble, because there's no guarantee in anything, not even in life.
No, there's no guarantees, but
all right. But like I said, if I'm going to gamble, which is what you're saying, I don't care how you say it, you're still gambling. If I'm going to take my money and go gamble, I'm going to go to a casino and I'm going to play the slots or I'm going to play blackjack.
I'd never played the slots. I play very good blackjack.
I've played both and made money at both and lost money at both. I look at it this way. If I walk out, let's say I walk into, I haven't been to a casino in a long time. If I walk in and say I got $50, I'm willing to lose. Okay. because you got to figure you're going to lose the money. Maybe it's $100. It's up to you. Whatever you think, whatever you can afford to lose and not get upset about. That's what you're gambling with.
How many
If
decks
you're-
are they playing blackjack with? Is my question.
But what I'm saying is, though, when you walk in, and if you walk out, and that's all the money you lost, and you spent the whole night or the whole day playing and having fun, and you walk out, you had a good. What I'm saying is, you had a good night. Now, if you walk out with some of that money left, doesn't have to be a lot. You got some of that money left. You won that night.
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question.
What's that?
How many decks are they putting in a blackjack shoe?
I've never played at that kind of casino. I played on Navy bases, and I've played against individuals.
How many
Now,
decks do you have in a shoe?
I have no clue. I told you I've never done it.
It's a minimum of 2, but it could be up to 4, I think.
No, it can be up to 6.
Well,
Generally, when I go to the casinos, I like to play in casinos that play a 5-deck shoe because I can count cards. When you go to 6, I lose a 0.5 percentage point, and it don't sound like much, but I lose a lot more because I can't tell whether the deck is 10 rich or 10 poor.
I look at it this way. I wouldn't play blackjack. I don't think in the casino. I might, but I'm more of a, when I go to a casino, I'm more of a slots person.
Well, I don't know where you can go play slots privately, and when I play blackjack, it's in a casino.
Like I said, I don't. That's what I'm saying. If I go to the casino, I'm playing slots.
yeah.
And I know there's all kinds of casinos that have slot machines in New York.
Yeah,
and quite a few of them within a few hours, 1 or 2 hour drive from me.
I used to go to Atlantic City all the time.
Well, like I said, there just a couple. There's a Indian reservation's got them. I can drive up to Buffalo. You got the Niagara Falls on both sides of the border. It's got casinos.
I won't play slot machines. I don't like the odds.
I like slots. I've
had better luck on slots than I have on any of the card games.
So have I. I've walked out more often as a winner, and I don't mean I had some money left. I meant I won money.
Yeah.
But I didn't play every day. I've had good luck with slots. I've lost money. I'm not saying I haven't. But there's enough times that I've won that I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I was in Yokosuka, Japan, and I was playing the slots. And on base, you don't get free drinks. I was drinking, so I had to buy my drinks. A buddy of mine was losing. I was winning. So I handed him, I don't know, $40 to take back to the ship for me. I had less than 20 on me. All right. Now, remember, I kept playing slots, kept drinking. I wake up the next day and I got $30 on me. So, I mean, and I was drinking. And like I said, I had to pay for all my own drinks. So I won money. And I was double-fisted drinking.
Yeah.
Every time she'd come back, I'd order 2 drinks. And by the time she got back, I was pretty much close to done with the 2 I ordered. I'd order 2 more. And I wasn't ordering beer. I was a mixed drinker back then, either bourbon and Coke or rum and Coke, depending on my mood. I don't remember what I was drinking that night, but it was one or the other. Yeah, I'll tell you, Ed, a lot of places are not affordable. I live in an older apartment building, and I live outside of Albany. Now, mine's for what I pay, it's a nice apartment. It really is. I've been to some others that are almost as old as this one. I don't think they're any better, but they cost a heck of a lot more because of their location. I mean, some of them cost almost double what I'm paying. And I don't think it's any better than the one I got. Now, some of them are because they're new. You know, so you got to say the newer ones are better. They're, better insulated, quieter. But I'm not moving from this apartment until I decide I want to retire and where I'm going to live. Not as long as I can afford it, because I like the place. Those of you that have been watched some of my videos have seen the apartment complex. I walk around and did some videos of it.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
It's a nice place. Like I said, it's older, but it's nice. And but if I was to move, it would have to be to a nicer place, which would cost me a lot more money. Because I wouldn't move to another place that's just going to cost me more money. It's about as nice as what I got. Not going to happen.
No, that's not a good trade.
No. Well, like I said, a friend of mine, her parents lived in an apartment complex. And it was probably close to $400 a month more than what I'm paying. And I really don't think it was any better than where I'm living. Not in my opinion. Now, there were some apartments in there that I would have liked a little bit more, but there's apartments here I would like a little bit more. They got patios. Mine doesn't, but I'm on the first floor. I mean, I got a patio. They have balconies. I wouldn't mind a balcony. It's a little more private, but I share my patio with the person upstairs because they come on and take the stairs up. And they have the balcony up there, and it's all theirs, But I don't want to go upstairs any more than I have to. I looked at one place online that it was a lot nicer. I'm going to tell you that. It was a lot nicer. A lot more expensive, a lot farther away from what I need to be near. But you can have a washer dryer in your own apartment.
That's always a plus.
And I think they had assigned parking, which is another plus.
Well, it depends where they assign your parking.
Yeah.
If your parking's by your apartment, that's good. But if it's halfway around the other side, it's not.
From my understanding, your assigned parking is close to. You pay extra for the assigned parking.
Yeah.
There's free parking, or you can pay for parking. And the parking that you would pay for is a lot closer. I think it might even be partly covered.
Yeah.
Because of snow and stuff. So, like I said, there was a lot of perks, but you're looking at double what I'm paying or more. It's not worth it. Not to me. Especially, like I said, it's farther away from everything that I need to be close to.
Right.
And what really gets me, there's some towns that are closer to where I work right now. They're farther away from everything else, if you ask me, but yet they want more money.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't think so. I don't find you that convenient.
Really?
I'm with you, Crazy. Right now, I would like to have that as my next move, but we're, like I said, with my situation, we're looking at a minimum 3 years, more realistically 4 or 5 years, with an outside thing at 6. But like I said, that's because of my mother, but actually it's not because, well, it is if she lives beyond the 3 years. Then it's part of it's going to be because of my mother.
Right.
But the 3 year bit, that's the soonest because I want my bills paid off and I want to save a year's worth of pay, which I can do in a year.
Yeah.
All right. Once I get my bills paid off, I'm working full time. I've got my Social Security. I can put that back, all of it.
Yeah.
And just live off the other. So I can put some money back after I get done if I don't want to travel. So like I said, if I wanted to move in 3 years, I could do it. But I think I would rather take 4 or 5 years because of the fact that this will still let me do things.
Yeah.
If I did the other, I'm going to pretty much be home all the time and just maybe going up to see my sister or going back to Indiana to see my sisters, and but nothing else. And somebody was saying that, who was it now?
I agree with you. Can't raise a kid.
One of them was maybe it was Jerry or somebody else was saying they would like to visit the Philippines too before they move. That would be
That's a
bad
good
thing to do.
idea. That is a good
Well,
idea.
Well, they're talking about want to move, but they want to go and visit. And like I said, if I'm going to do that, then I'm going to need another year. Because, like I said, I don't want to put it. And it was Ed. Ed was talking about Big Mac Daddy.
Yeah.
But I want to make sure I pay for the plane ticket, the whole bit. And I'm going
Right.
to tell you the truth. The most expensive part is probably going to be the plane ticket right now, if you go. Because, if you go over there for a couple of weeks or so, you can do it fairly cheap compared to what taking a vacation here outside of the plane ticket.
Yeah.
You
You're
know,
looking at upwards of $1,000 for the plane ticket right now.
yeah, but
I'm
just
looking at
saying-
July right now, and I've
Yeah,
found
but is that one way?
tickets. I
that
found
a
one-way
one-way?
tickets. No, I found one-way tickets for like $651.
Yeah. And
Then you got to buy an onward ticket because you got to have proof you're coming back.
Are you
or,
leaving?
going
That's you're
somewhere
coming
else.
back early. Yeah.
You got to have some proof you're not going to stay. So, but you can get an onward ticket for like $18.
Yeah. Yeah. They're a lot of people call them throwaway tickets.
Yeah,
If you're
I
planning
was
on
just being
staying there.
polite. I was being polite.
But
And there's several different vloggers that will actually give you the link to where you can get those tickets.
yeah, I would actually buy the cheapest ticket I could find and throw it away, or give it to somebody else that wants to go somewhere.
Yeah, that's always an option.
Yeah, because let's say, all right, you go to the Philippines. You're meeting somebody, and you know that they want to go to Malaysia or
Yeah.
Singapore. Those are places that are fairly close that it won't cost you a lot of money. Vietnam is another place. I don't know which one would be cheapest, but I would search the cheapest.
Probably Thailand. But
Well, like I said, there's other times at Singapore. There's other times it will change.
it
I
will
think.
change. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I haven't really checked prices on the other places.
Well, what I'm saying about Thailand, if it's the tourist season for them, it's going to be higher
Right.
than if it's the off season.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It depends on when you go. Right now, it's tourist season over in Thailand.
Yeah.
During the summer months, it's not. Our summer months.
Right.
But, it may be Singapore, it may be Vietnam. So you look to see which one's going to be the cheapest at the time you're going.
Right.
And that's when you buy the ticket. And so, you do that. And Ed says they're non-transferable. But can't you buy transferable tickets, Ed?
Yeah, but they cost more.
Yeah, but I mean, if you know somebody that use it,
Damn.
they can pay you a little bit of the difference. And I know the throwaway ticket. I mean, but I'm talking about, let's say I'm buying an onward ticket to somewhere. Am I allowed to buy one that's transferable? I know it costs more than the plain throwaway, but can it be done? I would only do it if I knew somebody would want to use it and would pay me the difference. I'm still losing the same money, but they get the ticket for what the difference would be, or maybe I get a little bit of it back. I would find that acceptable. But if I have to, if I'm going over there to move, if I got to buy a throwaway ticket, I'm buying that damn throwaway ticket. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But that's something I'm not worried about. Like I said, the minimum time before I would even go, and this is probably even just to go visit. Yeah, maybe to go visit, I'd go sooner. Maybe 2.5 years. But to move there would be minimum 3 and more likely 4 to 6 years. Because I'm the kind of person I like taking vacations. especially when I'm working. Now, once I quit working, my life is going to be a vacation. And so I won't need to. And if I'm in the Philippines, I can travel around the Philippines a lot cheaper than I can around the United States. And you don't have to leave the country but once every 3 years in the Philippines. So, there's that. Now, as far as the passport and having more than 6 months, well, my passport right now is down to almost 6 months, so I'll be renewing it fairly soon. And by the time I'm ready to go to the Philippines, it'll have more than 6 months still left on it. It may only have, like I said, 4 years, but that's plenty of time because they only require that you have 6 months left. But the thing about, I watch, like I said, the Philippine info channel. I love listening to Steve. I watch Mike's Philippine retirement, and he was talking about it on his last one. He had a very long video, and they're talking about, the setup money and then an emergency fund. And I agree with them. You need it. Now, how much you need depends on how you want to live. What kind of vehicle do you want? Or are you always going to use public transportation? For me, my daily living, my monthly expense after setup won't be that much. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be over $1,000. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's going to be, I can live on $300-400. Nah, I'm not living on that. I might as well stay here if I'm going to live like that. But I can get by on $1,200, $1,500.
You should be able to do pretty good depending on where you live.
That's what I said. Well, where I live I'm going to be able to live fairly good on $1,200 or $1,500. I'm not counting that as part of my savings. That's where I had trouble with Steve for a while because he kept talking about your budget. Well, he was including your savings in your budget. I don't include that. That's outside of that's money I won't spend, so it's not part of my budget.
Right.
All right, it's my savings. And I'm talking about my monthly spending.
Right. And you're going to be a single man alone, so you're not going to have that extra costs for a girlfriend, at least not when you first get there. You may have shortly after you get there, but
He's not going to be a single man alone. Have you seen his internet chat, his Facebook page lately?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Every girl that sends me at least every Panay that sends me a friend request, I'll check out their channel. And Larry's the first friend they got.
Yeah, exactly.
I got almost 5,000 on my Lazy Larry Lee Facebook.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one I go to. I don't know how. I haven't checked out your others.
But that's the one that's got most of them. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
and
I gotta weed some of mine out.
They weed themselves out occasionally because I was at 5,000, then it drops down because you can't add more than 5,000.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Larry's a wanted man. We'll put it that way.
There you go. I've never got that high, I don't think, but I've been up there a long ways.
But what I'm talking about is wherever I live, even with a girlfriend living with me, if I'm not taking care of her family, and maybe if I am helping her family out, I'm going to be able to get by on 1,000 to 1,200 because I'm not looking for a big place to live.
No, you should be able to do that from everything I've seen on everybody's.
Well, you look at Steven's place. That's big enough for me.
Yeah.
So let's say I pay 100. Let's say I go 200 for an apartment.
Yes, I think he's only paying 80.
Yeah, that's what I said. So let's say I go 200.
Yeah.
And get a little newer place, maybe a little bigger, maybe not. But I want unfurnished. Not when I first get there, because you gotta, you need to get a place to stay while you look around for a place. Okay.
Right.
Like a B&B or a hotel or something.
You can stay in some of them resorts for $200 a month, Larry. Come on.
Like I said,
Not most of the time. Not most of the time.
You get them during the off season. Even the Philippines have an off season.
Yeah.
Like the rainy season is the off season in that area. But what I'm saying is, though, you stay there and go out and try to find a place, or you hire a like Mike has. He's got these real agents, the people that go out and find apartments for people to buy or rent.
Yeah.
Real estate agents is what I'm trying to think of.
Yeah.
You get a hold of one of them that you can trust, and you tell him, hey, look, I'm looking for something in this price range, unfurnished, and are only partly furnished, and you find they'll find a few places for you to go look at, and you decide which one you want to rent.
Right.
Get the contract. Make sure you can trust the people. Get the contract figured out. But you need, let's say I go 200. Well, I'm going to need at least 600 because some people want your first and last month rent and a deposit.
Yeah. From what I hear, that can be negotiated, but you never know.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying though. Let's say they're firm on it because they find out you're American. You're what do they call us? Canos, Americanos. You're a Cano, and so you let's say I can't negotiate it down anymore. Sometimes I'll even give you a break on the rent because you're Cano. Some landlords, because they know you're going to pay a lot more on a regular basis than some other people.
Right.
And they think you may be a better tenant. Now, I'm not going to say
you also might be able to pay like 6 months at once
and get a discount.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, all that you got to figure out at least triple what the rent's going to be. Now you may get it cheaper, but you got to have that aside. Right. Now, if you're getting an unfurnished place, you got to have the money to buy the furniture you want.
Right.
Now, what kind of furniture and how much do you want? Now, some of it you can buy. You're going to need a bed. You're going to need something to cook on, something to eat off of, a refrigerator if it doesn't have a refrigerator. Like I said, partially furnished. If they got a refrigerator, you're good.
A lot of them don't. So
yeah, I'm just saying unfurnished ones. A lot of them don't, but I'm just saying you got to have all this money for all this stuff.
Yep.
Now, like I said, some of it you can buy later, but you're better off. Now, Mike from Mike's Philippine retirement, him and Joyce. Now, this was before he met Joyce. He went over a stag, as they go stag or drag. You take somebody with you, or you go over by yourself. Or you're being dragged over beating somebody already. You already got to set up. That's also drag. Stag means you're going over by yourself and you're not got anybody set up. Like I told Mike, if somebody doesn't go with me when I go, I'm going stag. I'm not setting something up over there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I would have to meet the person before so that's why I would rather go stag, find my place. And then, if you meet somebody in that area or somebody willing to move to that area that you like and get along with, then that works out. Larry, get a monthly hotel rate in Cebu. Yeah, they got some decent monthly hotel rates in Cebu too. So
I got to tell you, when I stayed in Florida for almost a year, I found a better deal in a hotel than I could find for an apartment.
Sometimes you can.
And I was paying $1,000 a month, but it came with breakfast every day. I had
if you remember Chris in Cebu, he'd show you some of those places where actually you figured it out for a month. Wasn't that bad? Now they were small, but that would be great while you're looking.
I liked my hotel room.
Yeah.
I had maid service 3 or 4 days a week. I had, the air conditioning chilling the place when I came home. There was just a lot of advantages that I wasn't going to have with an apartment. I had no utility bill. I had full cable, full internet. Yeah. All for $1,000 a month. You couldn't beat it.
No.
$1,000 a month. I'm not spending that much money on a place to live.
Not in the Philippines.
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not spending. I might spend a couple $100 on a hotel if it's a great place to live.
Well, obviously you wouldn't spend that in the Philippines, but try doing that in like where I was, Plantation, Florida.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But like I
I
said, though, I mean, if I was in the Philippines, okay, and it's going to include my rent, my utilities, and my cable and TV, I'd go 400 or more a month. If everything's included, because when I'm talking 200 rent, that's your rent. You still got your electricity, you still got your cable, you still got your internet. You know, so if that's already included in the other, you can almost double your. Some places you can double or more with the other stuff added to it.
Well, I had breakfast too every day, and it was a nice breakfast buffet.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if I could find the right place, hotel place, and get a long-term place there, I might do that for a while.
That's what I'm saying. You might not need that apartment and furniture you think you need, because you ain't going to strap that furniture on your back when it comes time to go to Bye City or go over to Dumageddon or roll over to Cebu.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, when you first go, you don't get an apartment. You get like you said, a hotel that has the stuff that, hey, I can afford this because this is what I would pay for rent and utilities if I had my own apartment right now. So that's your monthly budget. I'm talking about the money you want for once you decide to settle down is different than your monthly budget.
I can travel with one large suitcase and a clothing bag for my fancy clothes. And that's all I
need. I couldn't do that because I'd have to have a bag for my CPAP.
Yeah,
that goes in your large suitcase.
No, CPAP. I'm going to tell you right now, I can go to any airline and take my CPAP on there and they can't count it as luggage. You put it in your luggage, it's luggage, and they're going to weigh it. My CPAP is medical equipment that is needed.
On the airline, you're going to want it with you anyhow so you can sleep on the plane, but
if it's only a 14-hour flight, I won't sleep. Please.
I don't think you're going to get a 14-hour flight.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's going to be more like 20.
Yeah.
Well, Ed said that he was flying, and I'm talking about Ed, the other Ed, not Ed Denoy, I mean. Ed starts with a C. I can't remember his last name. Joyce's husband. They're flying out of Los Angeles, and it was going to be a 14-hour flight, but they got to go through Hawaii now, so it's going to be a 16-hour.
Yeah, but you're on the East Coast, so you're going to leave out of New York.
Hey, if I need to, I can. There's nothing wrong with flying to San Diego. Now, if I can get a direct flight from New York, I'll take a direct flight.
Yeah, but the problem with flying out of the problem with flying across the country to fly out of San Diego, LA, wherever you're going to go, it's going to cost you $400 or $500 more in plane ticket, regardless of how you go. So I don't see how you're going to want to do that when you can just fly out of LaGuardia.
If I can fly out of LaGuardia all the way, you want to bet I can't stay awake for 20 hours?
I ain't going to bet that, Larry, but are you going to want to?
Yeah.
I don't think there's even a one or a no-stop flight from LaGuardia to the Philippines. There might be, but I sure haven't seen any.
Yeah, you're probably going to bounce through Incheon, Singapore, Germany, somewhere.
Taipei.
Like I said, that's what I'm talking about. How long is it going to take me going out of LaGuardia?
I don't know why you want to torture yourself.
Hold on, let me finish. Now, is it going to take me 24 hours or more? Or can I fly to California, get on a plane there after spending the night, go there, spend the night, get a good night's sleep, get on the plane, and fly direct to the Philippines?
Well, now you're talking serious layovers and stuff.
No,
You
no,
don't
no
decide
layout.
flying out and
No,
spending
he
the night.
can fly. He can fly a direct flight from LAX, but
Oh, sure, but
he's going to
he
pay
just
about
added-
$4,000 for that.
yeah, but
ticket.
you're missing my
That's
point.
what I said.
He just
No,
added an
you-
extensive
you're
layover.
not- you didn't listen to me.
I'm listening.
No, you didn't. I said I want to check and see what it is. And right now, doesn't matter what it is because it's way too early. So once I'm ready to travel, prices may come down or they may go way up.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
far
the
enough
price-
out,
You're
dude.
missing the
price-
point.
No, I'm not. You're missing the point. The point is which way is more feasible for me. Feasibility for me, not for you, is what I'm saying. Is it more feasible for me to make these overstops and everywhere can I get a direct flight or not? If I can't, how long is my layover going to be where I stop at?
Yeah.
How many hours
The
is it going to take me to fly?
yeah. The
So
only place
I
that
guess
I
what I'm
know of,
looking at, and I wasn't
you can
looking at the feasibility. I was looking at when I get on the darn plane, I'm going to want to just kick back and relax. And to me, that means close your eyes.
Yeah, but unless I can plug my machine in, which then I'm going to pay a few $1,000s for that anyway, that's not going to be $600 flight.
no, you're going to have to get at least.
You're looking at
business
a couple.
class.
Yeah, I'm going to have
At
to
least
be
business class.
$1,000. Yeah, at least, and that's going to be $1,000 to $2,000 because I may have to go
Yeah.
first class.
I haven't seen a business class even for under
Listen,
$2,000.
I may have to go first class. I got to look
Possibly.
at the feasibility because if I
Yeah.
got to pay, let's say $3,000 so I can sleep on the plane, because I got to plug my machine in or I'm not sleeping.
Yeah.
All right.
Why's it got to be plugged in though on the plane? Can't you get don't they have a battery pack for them now?
They won't let me carry the battery pack.
Oh yeah, that's the lithium-ion batteries.
They won't let you
them
carry
on plane.
those.
Oh,
You can't carry that.
Yeah.
I'd have to ship that over. I do have one. I got one here in my apartment in case my power goes out, but I
Yep.
can't take that on the plane. All right, so I got to have a business class to a first class ticket. Now,
So you
if
have
I-
a power outlet, yeah.
Singapore Air.
like I said, now, how much is that going to cost me compared to flying to LA or whichever? Probably LA would probably be the best place to fly to.
That's
Get a
the
hotel
most
room.
commonly one I hear of that has direct flights.
Like I said, get a hotel room for, and maybe stay there long enough to go out and see the sights. Might as well be a tourist. I don't know. We're looking at the feasibility. In other words, if
Yeah.
I got to spend $6,000 here to fly out of LaGuardia for the, the seat and because like I said, first class and maybe I'm going to be laid over long enough. I'm going to have to get a hotel rooms anyway because you don't go all the way. And if I don't, how many hours? Maybe I can just get to the regular seat and crash where I get. That's something I can't worry about just yet. But
No,
when I
not
go
till,
to look,
not till you know when you're going, and then you can
Uh,
check what's available.
Yeah, and $6,000, you might have to go commuter jet.
well, the thing is, by the time I'm ready to go, I'll know before I'm ready to go that hey, I'm planning on going next year. I can start looking that year then,
Right.
and start looking and saying, all right, I need this, I need that.
You want to try to book like 3 months out if you can.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, no, you don't wait till 3 months. You start looking
No,
Just to-
yeah.
just
Track
to
it
see
all
the
down.
prices and maybe figure out when they are cheaper.
Right.
I can tell you when they're not cheaper.
Yeah.
If you're flying over, it's not going to be cheap in May. It may be cheaper than flying somewhere else, but it's the reason why I say it won't be cheap in May because that's when all the students are going back home.
Exactly.
If they're in college here in the United States, they're going home in May and June.
Yep. And you don't want to go the first part of March because that's spring break.
Well, they won't be. I'm talking about the Philippines. That won't affect the Philippines. It'll affect.
No, but it'll affect
flying
you.
in
It'll
Yeah,
affect all the other airplane tickets or flights.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I don't think it'll affect the price of going to the Philippines
It may not.
because the kids won't go home for just 1 week. You know, it's way too much money. But the kids that are graduating, the kids that are just going to regular school semesters, will go home for the summer to see their family. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Right.
It's the same thing with China. Any of the Asian countries, it's not a good time to go in May, or it's not a good time to fly back here in August.
Right.
Because now they're coming over to go to school. See, I know that from all the students I knew that were foreign students.
Right.
My best friend, like I said, was a Chinese foreign student. She's the one that told me, you know, look, these are not the good times. It costs too much.
Yeah.
Because I went to China, remember?
Yeah.
We went over in August. It was cheap to go in August, the flight, because everybody's coming here. Going back was cheap. And we got our round tickets in advance, so we got the price of for going over, and still had a good price for coming back because you bought it as a round ticket.
Right.
All right, all that was taken in consideration when I went. My round trip ticket out of Detroit to Beijing, round trip, mind you, was $753. That's not one way; that was round trip.
Well, you're ignoring the other elephant in the room.
What's that? It was $4,000 if you tried to buy it that week. I checked that out too.
The whole Asian rim over there, South China Sea situation, may fire up, and we may not be traveling anywhere in a couple years.
I know, but I'm just saying this is back in '99 when I went over for 3 weeks.
Because China, the Philippines, South China Sea, it's all waiting to go off.
It's mostly Taiwan and China. However,
China wants Taiwan back.
China wants Taiwan back, and they want Philippines.
I just
That's
noticed,
why
hey,
they're
kid,
investing so much
I
money.
don't know how long ago it was, kid, but good night, man.
Yeah, they're fighting with the Philippines.
Yeah.
And the Chinese own the grid in the Philippines, which makes it really hard to deal with.
No. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, I don't think they own the grid.
Well, they
They
could.
put a lot of money in it, but I don't think they own it.
I'm going to tell you the truth. If trouble really breaks out, I just take over the grid. If I was the Philippines, it's in your property. You just tell. It's
And
like here.
I don't think the first Marcos, and I don't think the Tartes, and I darn sure know the second Marcos isn't going to let China own their grid.
We got another problem, though, too. They may not own the grid, but you're not buying transformers these days unless they're coming out of China. And that includes America, too. And that's a real monkey in the room with us. We're very dependent on the Chinese for everything. And we're basically spying on each other and ready to go to war with these people.
Neither one of us wants to go to war. China doesn't want to. China's almost broke. They don't want to. They do not want to go to war with us.
Well, now, this is something I saw on the internet. I don't know how true it is, because you know how some of these things are on the internet. Rumors blown out of proportion, but they're saying the Chinese are buying a lot of food and storing it. Now they're saying the Chinese deny it, but they're saying they're buying up a lot of rice and all this other stuff because they import a lot of their food, which they do. And they're going, well, why are they doing that? Well, there's a few reasons you'd be doing it. One is you're gearing up for trouble and you got to have the food to last out the trouble. Two, you think the prices of food is going to go up and you're trying to save money.
Well, one of the things the Chinese are doing, and I don't know what this means, where I live here is the Pennsylvania coal is the finest coal in the world for making steel. Half of everything we mine out of the mine down the street from my home, they strip mine it these days, gets loaded in a rail car, shipped to the port, put on a barge type ship, and sent to China.
Oh, yeah. China still use coal.
They're taking the well, yeah, but this is special coal. This is a coal
Yeah,
that they
but
make the coke
China
out of
makes
to make the
steel.
carbon to make steel.
Yeah.
They make steel. They sell a lot of steel worldwide. They really do.
And they're
That's
dumping
what-
this coal off because the Chinese can't really. They say they dump the coal in the ocean over there for some reason. That's where they're storing it.
That's kind of hard to believe, but you never know.
I didn't believe it either, but it's true.
Well,
Like I said, I know they make a lot of steel.
yeah, they do.
That's one of the things that hurt.
Something happened, Larry.
What?
I don't know. Maybe it's my phone, but you sound funny.
Well, it could be, but it could be just me the way I was sitting. But anyway, they make a lot of steel, and that's what hurt a lot of the American steel mills, people, because they made it cheaper, and people started buying their steel from China, which
Well,
helped
they were
drive.
buying it from Japan, so
But I'm just saying though that a lot of the steel came from China, and they sold it at a lot cheaper price than what the Americans could make it for, and that hurt the steel mills. And folks, it's after midnight. Liza, I'm glad you made it back, but I'm gonna have to call this one a stream. It's after midnight. I got to get up in just a little over 5 hours, so I got to get around and get some things ready so I can go to bed. So I'm glad everybody came. Thank you for
God
coming.
bless you, Larry. I love you like a brother.
But like I said, I do have to.
You too, Leonard.
Like I said, I gotta get up about my alarm clock set for about 5:25, so just a little over 5 hours. I'll get less than 5 hours sleep, but that's fine.
Well, you guys have a good day.
You tune out, and I'll talk to everybody else later.
You too.
And I'm glad you all came. And I'm still getting these things on my other phone from.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thanks a lot. Larry.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to say
See you,
goodnight.
Lizelle.
Talk
Now,
to you.
everybody, take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Stay safe and healthy. Plus, as always, try to have fun. All right, everybody.
All
Good
right,
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.